MisterFantasmo.
What's up, my nuggets? What's up, my nuggets?
MisterFantasmo.
Yeah, you know who it is. Let me hear it.
MisterFantasmo.
Ladies and gentlemen, people of the world, what's up, my nuggets? Welcome back to another brain dump. I've thought about possibly recording these from a toilet, but I feel like after the length of the last one and after the length that this one is going to be, I might give myself a hemorrhoid or two in that process, so I'll probably just avoid that. Sorry guys, these are the first words that I've spoken aloud today, really. Just kind of woke up and it's just been me and Brody, so I've just been puttering around, got something to eat, trying to gather my thoughts from our huge journey that we just took, and now I'm here. So you'll have to excuse me as my first words might be a bit groggily. But here we are, another brain dump. First, a quick word from our sponsors. I'd like to thank our sponsor for the podcast today, you. Thanks for watching. And that's enough from our sponsors. I think we can. Honestly, I feel like I just need to get into it. Man, I did bring some water though to this one, so at least I'll be able to hopefully get the pipes cleared up. Oh boy. Okay. You'd think this would be more professional by the third one, but we got a lot of ground to cover today. So I wanted to just jump right into it because, oh, what a journey Oklahoma was. If you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, I'll give a brief background to what's happening here. But basically, if you were wondering why there was no Mayflower video, it's because I didn't have any signal with which to upload the Mayflower video, and I could have put some forethought into it. I could have scheduled an upload and made a video ahead of time, but much to my surprise, actually, I was not able to upload anything really, other than a couple low quality Twitch streams that I did from the road, Oklahoma, and especially back in the back of the woods where we were residing. There's not too much cell reception, let alone internet connection. So this will also be the Mayflower video as well. Stay tuned or fast forward to the end of the podcast, and I will mention something about what we're doing for Mayflower Day this year. A little belated, but it happened in my mind on May 1st, so I guess that's all that counts, right? I took with Puf a couple weeks off of everything to go travel. Puf took off from her job. I kind of paused our crazy Terraria adventures that we've been having. Looking forward to resuming those soon, by the way. But that I had to put that 100% on the back burner because we were about to head to an area where, although I did install Terraria to my laptop, I never really got the chance to play any Terraria just because it was too busy, too full of so many more different experiences that I'd never felt the need to open up my Steam client in offline mode and tinker around. Although I shouldn't say I never felt the need to, because there was one night in particular where I was just like, yeah, got a little energy, a little time to kill. Most of it was a complete pause, a complete shift, basically very similar to how we approach every looking for James journey that we do, and so that's what we did. We decided to take our van which if you're not familiar with that, you can go see some of those adventures over at youtube.com/lookingforjames, where we made a van our home for a long chunk of time, and now it's kind of our second home. So this was a bit of a different trip, but still a trip in the van, the three of us, me, Puf, and Brody. This time we were heading south to Oklahoma. It was our first trip really since we got out west. And honestly, Colorado was not our intended first stop out west. Our intended first stop was Oklahoma. But as we were driving, oh my goodness, it was just so hot. We were coming down, like early fall, maybe it wasn't even fall yet, but it was, oh my goodness. We don't really have any AC in the van either. So yeah, it was just windows down or stop by somewhere where there's shade, except for when you're going towards Oklahoma and like up and through Kansas and stuff. There's actually just no shade because it's just all flat, and no trees like to grow there because most of the time they don't get that much rain. So it's very close to desert lands. I actually saw my first ever tumbleweed, real life, like a real live nothing about a tumbleweed is alive, but it was a real tumbleweed that existed that was blowing across the road on our drive down to Oklahoma. We actually went east through Kansas, a little bit outside of Colorado, and then we went kind of plummeted just straight south down into Oklahoma. So why are we going to Oklahoma, and why did we want to go to Oklahoma in the first place? You might be asking yourself this. This is a reasonable question. Sometimes we don't really have too much of a reason. When we went to Ocala, Florida, it was like our first trip in the van. The van wasn't even fully ready. It was just because we needed to get out. It was December 31st. It was crazy cold in Ohio, and we have been working on this van for so long, and we just needed a trip. And Puf saw an Instagram post about Ocala National Forest or something or the other, and the picture was like, yes, all right, let's go do that. But Oklahoma was a bit different. It was actually almost like why we ended up coming here to Colorado, because Puf had family in Oklahoma. Her sister being in Colorado being one of the main reasons that we're here now, having that intermediary period to stay with her and sort of figure out where we were, gather our bearings, decide if this is actually a place that we kind of wanted to settle down, because originally we just had plans to just keep on traveling around in the van. And the van is, although it allows us to do a lot of awesome things, it's also a very big sacrifice in a lot of other aspects of our life, and so it doesn't allow us to do a lot of other awesome things. So I think we kind of were coming to terms with that as we arrived in Colorado, and that's what, one thing leads to another, and now we're gonna stay here for a year. I don't think we're gonna stay here permanently, but it's good to have. It's a cool thing, in my opinion, to have the opportunity to sort of just put your bed back in the van and go at the drop of a dime, which is really what we did when we went down to Oklahoma. We don't have another bed. We just took the bed that we sleep on. It's almost a king size bed. It's like a memory foam, and we plopped it back in the back of Voldy, our Sprinter van, and that's how we went down and saw Uncle Jay. Uncle Jay is Lisa's uncle, but after this trip, I feel like I need to call him Uncle Jay as well. I called him Uncle Jay even before the trip. I think it's partially because I don't have that many. I would say I don't really have a strong uncle figure in my life, and so maybe I'm just trying to, encapsulate what that means to me in some sort of embodiment that is Uncle Jay. But Jay did not grow up in Oklahoma. He grew up in Ohio with his family, but he quickly found that he was a guy that he definitely didn't like crowds. He definitely didn't like the cities, and he definitely liked a lot of alone time and a lot of time to himself to tinker and to experiment and to he's been working as an auto mechanic in a shop for quite some time. That's kind of been his chosen profession that he loves, and it just kind of shows the kind of person that loving something like that. He gave me this example a few times where every time he gets a job, they just bring in a car into his workstation and they just roll up a new car, and it's a different car every time, and he always says that biology, even us as the human body, if you were to think of it as from a doctor's standpoint, like the biology doesn't really change that much, but the technology behind the mechanisms in a car are constantly changing and constantly being updated. And I guess the argument could be given that like there's a lot of technology associated with medical practice that could have to be kept up with. So I think there's a similar line to be drawn where there are certain professions where you know what you're going to get every time, therefore you know how to deal with it, and then you can come up with maybe better and better ways of dealing with it, and that's kind of like the limit to your capacity of knowledge in that skill or in that trade. And with being a mechanic, it's a little bit of a different story because, well, you don't know what problem you're getting into. Most of the people that are bringing in their cars don't know what the problem is, and you also might not even know what's actually going on under there or how the manufacturer chose to put it all together. So yeah, there's something, I guess, to be said. There's a certain mindset that takes that I think not only does it extend into just being a mechanic, but it's also just kind of part of your personality and kind of the way that you like to go about things. Jay is also a hyper conscientious man who feels like if he's not doing something all the time, then he's not living. So which is great. I mean, especially for what he's been able to accomplish back on his property in Oklahoma. We went back there and, I saw what he had. I saw his log cabin. I saw his multiple garages. He has like 7 different cars that he has to pay insurance on. Like they all know him over there at the BMV. Everybody knows him by name. But he has an immaculate like development, a setup. It's nothing over the top. And it's definitely, something that he's able to self-sustain, but it meant a lot more to me once a couple nights later he was showing me some pictures of what the land looked like when he got there, which was nothing. It was just an empty plot of land, and then he cut down all the trees and built his log cabin, and then he constructed all of the beams and the supports for all of his garages, and he's built all of these tools with all of his other crazy tools, and he's a mad scientist in the woods of Oklahoma, and he likes to mess around with car pieces and parts, but really he'll mess around with anything. He's a problem solver. He likes to get in there and figure things out. He likes to keep his brain going, and I guess that's a good summation of Jay. But you'll don't let me enforce your opinion too hardly. I'm sure you'll hear plenty through the stories that I'm about to unfold in the journey through Oklahoma and through the Wichita Mountains that will probably round out your perspective much better than I can sort of try to encapsulate very quickly here. But I didn't know all of that going down there, but Lisa had told me some stories about Uncle Jay and about his sort of almost mysticism in a way, where he wasn't there too much, but when he was there, he was always really fun to be around. And as a highly introverted person myself, I can respect that. I don't expect people to be, if they're fun to be around, I don't expect them to be around all the time because, you know, I try to be fun to be around when I am out in public situations. But at the end of the day, that is something that does take energy for me to do. Whereas, you know, maybe a person who is more extroverted, it would actually just give them energy to be out in those social situations. Yet they might be less entertaining. They're just sort of feeding off of the energy. So I understand that. You know, just because you're introverted doesn't mean that you're not good in social situations. Like, you can be very good in social situations, but you can also just need time, or maybe a lot more time than a normal person to recuperate after those. So you need your down periods. And I think moving out into the boonies in Oklahoma is a great way to get your downtime. I mean, people are going to come visit you, but not every day. That's for sure. we turned down off the main road. Before we turned down, I looked at a few roads to my left, which is where I was going to turn, and they were all just gravel, dirt, clay roads. And I was just like, okay, well, we're doing some more off-roading with Voldy, which I know if you remember the Ocala National Forest that I referenced earlier, that was the first time we really got Voldy stuck, and that was, oh boy, that was a nerve-wracking experience. I think that's Looking for James Day 3. We talk about that. I think it's like 2 minutes of actual footage, and the rest of it is just us talking about it, because we didn't even film the process when it was happening. I just didn't even know what to do, and Pugh, through her amazing aplomb, was able to get us out of the situation. But anyways, I'm diverging too far off track into a podcast that might take us quite a while. So I'll try to be succinct about this, although I don't suppose that many of you are watching this for the brevity of it in particular. Maybe you are. Also, I know that I said, hold on, I gotta take a drink of water. I know that I said I was gonna try to get this on some sort of podcast platform, and I do still have those intentions. But that's not going to prevent me from continuing to post them, just in the format that I have for now, until I can get that figured out. Also, I think that maybe for this one, I might have some supplemental video sort of interlaced throughout that content. Don't quote me on that or hold me to it, but we did take a lot of footage during the journey, and so that could be fun to intersperse throughout, especially during moments that I reference specifically that we caught on camera. So, anyways, let's get back into our journey, into the beginning of our journey to go see Uncle Jay. Hopefully now you have a little bit more context into what it was that we were setting out to do. So we packed everything up pretty quickly, got into the van and headed out, I think around like 10 or 11. And we did a few road updates actually, from I was trying the Twitch mobile streaming for the first time. Well, the first time being at the park, just around here locally. I was streaming at Sarah, Lisa's sister's house, from the phone on Twitch, which I had never done before, and I just wanted to kind of test the range. So I went out. I just drove down the street and went to the park that Brody and I normally go to, and it was still able to produce a signal. So that made me hopeful for possibly doing some streams on the road. The quality isn't great, but if you just treat it as like an audio update with a little bit of grainy footage, then I guess it could be useful or entertaining for some people. But yeah, we did a few updates from the road kind of as we were going along. We stopped in this incredibly windy town and got this pizza that I thought was going to be amazing. Some sort of local chain, Hunt's Brothers, I think it was. They said something about like, you can add as many toppings as you want, no extra charge. And I was like, wow, this is some sort of like weird, obscure mom and pop pizza place out here that's gonna that's gonna blow my mind. We end up getting it, and on the side it says like over 1,000 different locations or something like that. It wasn't the greatest pizza, but it was all right. When you're traveling from point A to point B, along the way, you're not expecting the best food, especially if you didn't prepare. We did. I should say Puf did. She cooked some chicken breasts beforehand, and we were eating some of those. She also cooked these peanut butter granola bar things. She didn't really, I guess you kind of just mix them up and then put them in the fridge. Really good, really healthy alternative to other granola bars, and they really fill you up. But I don't have the recipe off the top of my head, so I should probably not talk about those. Come by the stream sometime and pester me about it, and I'll give you the recipe. But we did a couple road updates, and then it was like we did a couple road updates, and then we crashed for the night. We didn't quite make it down. I think it's something like a 9-hour trip if you're just trying to go straight from Jay's, or straight from our place to Jay's, which is something that we probably could have done in one day. But driving, man, for some reason, it doesn't seem like it would take it out of you, but it really takes it out of you. Like, you're not really even doing much. I mean, I guess you are kind of paying attention a lot to the road, and I volunteer to do all of the driving unless I just can't take it, just because I'm used to sitting for long periods of time, and I think that I honestly think that my history in video games has helped me with my attention span on certain things, the attention to detail specifically on certain things on the highway, where I mean, knock on plastic, I guess, but on where I do feel like I can avoid most. I mean, you can't avoid everything, but I think that I am able to circumvent a lot of potential issues on the road myself, as well as seeing potential issues arise. And when you're in the van, it's actually really nice being that high up. You're almost like semi-level to where you can see a lot more of what's going on. Not only is it great for sunsets, but it's also great for keeping an eye on what's going on in traffic and what's going on in front of you and around you. So that was, there was a lot of driving, but and I probably could have just pushed out that entire drive baby that night, but we decided to post up at like a Walmart, I think, for the night, and got an early start driving, because that was like we kind of wanted to get there. I think we only had like a few hours, like maybe a couple hours of driving left, and that's when we did our third update from the road, when we had woken up and we were just driving. I think we were driving in the van. I think so, yeah. Jeez, it seems like it's so long ago, because so many things happened on the trip and so many things have happened since that it's hard to recall specifically. But yeah, I think we were driving, because as soon as we ended the stream, it seemed like we came across to our right, outside the right side of our van. We saw what seemed to be almost at first like an oasis, because like I said, we're out in like the middle of this like arid kind of grassland ish, but it's like still kind of trying to come up for spring. So a lot of it's not as green as it probably will be very soon. But we're seeing all of this, and then all of a sudden to our right we see just white and water, and it almost looked like an oasis. Like there was white sands and a beach, and we kept driving past it, and I saw like a little dirt driveway that jutted off to the right where you could go down it. And I never take those immediately because I'm going the speed limit in the van, or a little under. I kind of drive like a grandpa in the van, but that's okay. And still, with all the momentum in the van, like I can never slam on my brakes in the van, or I never want to. I can, but Brody comes flying up, the refrigerator's back there, and not many things are tied down because we're not fully packed in. So I just kind of passed it, and then I saw a second turn off, and it said something about the sand dunes, or the salt. It was either the sand dunes or the salt flats. I don't know, something along those lines, where I think it was something about the salt flats, actually, now that I think it was salt flats. Either way, we turned around and we went back into that first little area, and we parked the van, and that's when we kind of first started the journey, which was I almost thought about just starting up another stream, but I knew the quality was really bad, and so I kind of just wanted to keep you guys posted while we were on the road, and I didn't want to annoy you with every little thing we found. But the Salt Flats were it's a prime example of those awesome moments when you're out on the road where you have zero expectation about, like, when we woke up and we were headed to Jay's, I didn't expect to find a single thing but a road from me to Jay's, and for us to sort of come across this surprise oasis. It's just a cool discovery, and it's cool if you're not expecting anything out of something. Anything that comes out of it will, I think, retain a little bit more value, and we had a fun time. I took the drone out for the first time in a long time, and flew the drone around a little bit, got to see even more of it. It was so expansive. It just kept going and going. There was a little walkway that kept going out and then off to the side, where there were some binoculars, like mounted binoculars that you could use. And it was like a rehabilitation center or like a preserve for some sort of local bird species. And so you weren't really allowed to go out there too far. And I was probably messing up their ecosystem with my drone, so I do apologize. But I apologize, birds, but I really want to get more efficient and effective with that drone, because there are a lot of times when we're just doing so much traveling and so much driving to different spots in the van in a day that not every trip, but some trips there'll be like 2 or 3 spots where I'd be like, oh man, if I could get the drone out and just get a nice pan, because you can't, it's almost like the most effective way to communicate what I'm seeing in the van to you guys. And it's not the best, and it's not exact, but just the way that it has that sort of wide angle, and it can get up super high and see even better than what the van can see. It's a really cool way to quickly bring you into a scenario that we've encountered. And oh man, driving back, there was a moment where there was a sunset over just like some plateaus on the plains of Oklahoma that was just, and all you could see were their silhouettes. And I'm still kind of kicking myself in the butt for not stopping the van and popping the drone out. But anyways, yeah, had a really fun time at the Salt Flats. We actually told Jay about the Salt Flats as we were coming down, and he was like, well, did you find any crystals? Did you find any salt crystals? And we didn't even think of that as a thing, but we actually did end up finding quite a few salt crystals just alongside the path. There was like we tried to go out and look for them further. I mean, okay, so basically there was sand, there was flat sand, and then there was just holes dug up. Like, you could tell people just went out there and dug, like, I don't know, like a garden pot sized hole. Nothing too crazy, but just, and I assume with their hands, just looking for what I imagined was what they were doing, was be looking for the salt crystals. And we found, like I said, quite a few just alongside the path. Almost the path was just kind of breaking away and eroding, and you could see just salt crystals in there, maybe like thumb sized or so. And maybe like some of them were like Andre the Giant thumb sized, but within the thumb range of sizes. But I was looking out there in those holes thinking, dang, what could be out there? I mean, and like other people have dug around, so maybe, I don't know, maybe there's something out there. And so, and luckily enough, we just happened to come prepared with our own poop shovel, which we normally use to dig a hole. We don't use it to dig around in our poop, so it's not a gross thing to keep in the van. But I don't know who would think that, but I just thought when I said poop shovel, I thought maybe someone would think that's just like my dad got me a turd whacker when I lived at home, because I was always clogging my toilet. And he accused me for the longest time of just using too much toilet paper, and I never used any toilet paper, hardly at all. They were just huge longers. I don't know what a longer is, but something like a log, like a longer log than you would expect. He got me this turd whacker, he called it. It was just a stick, and one end he wrote with a permanent marker. It was a wooden, like almost like a paint mixer, but a little thinner and a little sturdier, really long. On one end it said hold, and on the other end it said whack. And I guess I was just supposed to like, well, I don't know. I'll let you guys use your imagination there. I used it a few times, but I still ended up clogging the toilet. So, oh man, it was probably because I wasn't very regular back then. You know, it's important to stay regular, you guys. You can't just hold your poops for 2 or 3 days. It's not a good plan. It's not a good long-term plan, but you know what else is not a good long-term plan? Disgusting school bathrooms, okay? You got to fix those. A lot of kids are just forcing it back in, myself included. And that's our public service announcement for today. Okay, we get everything here. We get everything here on Brain Dump. So we're getting back into the car after we tried to dig with that shovel, and I dug a hole. You know, I dug a hole about as big as all those other holes, but I wasn't about to dig a bunch of holes. So I wasn't even sure we were allowed to be digging there, to be 100% honest. But this is all an alleged story or something like that. Okay, so we get back into the car and we go, like I said, back to where we're turning down that gravel road. I knew it was coming up. It was a little rocky. Definitely a little rocky. I was going about 15 to 20 miles per hour down this road in the van, which I tend to go a little bit slower in the van just because there's a little bit more rattling around and a little bit more fragility to our structure. But once we got to Jay's, he took us back into town a couple times in his truck, and he was going easily like 35, 45 miles per hour down these roads and you know, just kicking up gravel. And I was just like, man, I don't even know what I'm doing here. I was already out of my element from the time that we pulled down into his drive. And, we pulled off onto his side street, which was basically like a gravel driveway. And then there were driveways off of that, which were, you know, in even spottier conditions. But Pugh was, as she always is, my lovely navigator, and telling me where to go and how far to go. And we eventually came to the turn where we were supposed to, we're turning left to go down to Jay's. And I turned and we went down this really long driveway, which we knew he had a really long driveway. But at the same time, Jay, quick side story here, was also the guy who gave us our drone. He gave us the first drone we ever got. What's in the box is a video on my MisterFantasmo YouTube channel that you can check out. That kind of explains more about that. But Jay was the first one. He gave us drone Mark 1. We are on drone Mark 2, but that is another story for a different day. So anyways, he had sent us drone footage from his place that he had taken with that drone that he sent us. And so we kind of, you know, had a bit of an idea. I thought it was a bit more open, a little less covered in wooded and like hillsy looking. Like, you know, we went back in here, and right away, once we rounded the corner into the deep dark woods, I saw a house, and then I saw another house a little bit up the ways on a hill, and then I saw the driveway leading further back. And I was like, well, that's weird, because Jay never shared his driveway with anybody else. Immediately after that, there were 2 dogs that just came up to the van. They had no fence, no leash, no anything. They were just, I mean, as far as I could tell, they were wild dogs, except for I was pretty sure they were part of the house that had about 3 or 4 other dogs around in the outside that were all just barking at us. No person was out there. But I immediately felt unwelcome and unwanted here. I was like, all right, not only have we made a wrong turn, but I also feel like I'm in the movie Wrong Turn, and I need to get the heck out of here. So we got on the phone with Jay. We were quickly able to decipher that was not his driveway, and we went just a little further down the road, and it was the next left. So that was a mistake we only made once, but I wish we would have never made. And those dogs, it was funny because they kind of, you know, they were just barking at us the entire time. And then we eventually exited that little forested area to where it kind of came back out into some sort of sunlight and positivity. And then we were driving just a little bit further, and then all of a sudden I looked down beside me and one of the dogs was there, and he was just following the van, looking straight up at me into my soul. And I was just like, oh my God, like this is some sort of like, I didn't even know what was about to happen, but I felt unsettled by that whole situation. They had just like one huge dumpster out at the end by their driveway that I think was like a collective driveway. There were like 4 or 5 mailboxes, so that road probably went back a ways. I would, on second thought, I would actually like to go back and see if I could tough it out and do some sort of a documentary on the people back there, because I'm sure they have a lot more stories that could give us easily another brain dump or two. So maybe we'll put that on the bucket list. Maybe we'll forget about it by the end of the podcast. So anyways, we go up a little ways and eventually turn down Jay's drive. He said he couldn't hear us, so he wasn't sure that we were actually on his driveway, but that's just because it was so long. And like I said, I could drive like a grandpa, so I was driving very slowly up and down and around his gravel driveway to try not to do any damage to his gravel driveway, because I didn't know what to expect. And so we eventually go through a couple different fences, and then we are we just plowed straight through them. He had to fix them later. And then we were into Jay's property, and I saw the guy. I honestly think he was chopping wood when we got there. And he came over, he put his shirt on, and he put his hat on, and then we met Jay. That was, Lisa had been forever since Lisa had seen him, and that was the first time that I had met him, and just as friendly when we met him the first time as he was when we left. He's just the kind of guy that you can tell has nothing really to hide. He just is a simple man that likes to stay busy, and he's a smart man, and he just doesn't all he wants to do is good for people, and that's it. And so like as soon as you meet somebody like that, a kindred spirit, you could say, you immediately know. And so there was never a weird like let's get accustomed to each other, like let me figure you out, let me figure out what I can and can't say around you. It was immediately I had that feeling of oh wow, I can be comfortable here. This is already familiar to me, and I've never even been here before. We parked the van, and we just started talking and catching up, and he wanted to see the van. He wanted to see inside. He immediately wanted to see under the hood too, which I thought was, I didn't know at the time like how involved he was in auto mechanics. Lisa had told me a bit here and there about it, but I didn't really know. She also said that maybe he could help us with our roof. Our roof on the van is a problem that we've had pretty much since the day we bought it. Although I didn't know it at the time. I was like, man, we go to buy this used, it's like a work van. We got it. It was a work van. It had work shelves, like huge, thick work shelves in the back, and more than its fair share of rust. But it was something. It was something that we could use and that we could start with and that we could make something from. And we have made it into something, livable, and that's something that you can't say about most work vans. So. But when we went to go grab it, it was sitting in the garage. Like the guy had pulled it into the garage just a little bit. Like there were these huge metal ladder roof racks on it, like 4 on each side that basically allowed you. And then they had a bar that extended across that would allow you to put ladders or whatever. We were thinking about possibly putting our paddle boards up there at the time, and we ended up having to put our solar panels on there because it was it was like impossible to get underneath to mount them below it. So it actually ended up being this huge, just like bulky, clunky thing that was slowly degrading our van and actually having our roof leak, just due to the weight and the tension of everything that was on there, and just the how should I say this, the unprofessionality of the way that it was installed, and also the fact that the two front roof racks, the reason why they were pulled a little bit into the drive or into the garage out of the rain, which we went to pick up the car in the rain, was because that there were already roof leaks in there, from someone trying to pull this into a garage, and it being almost 10 feet in height. That didn't work, and it just ripped these sort of roof racks just back a little bit, and so they were a little bit cockeyed. But I wasn't even paying attention. I didn't know about the hole in the floor. I didn't know about the battery cord that it was about to go bad. I didn't know about the radiator that we'd have to replace later. A lot of these things I just sort of took as a given and expected it, because you buy into a car. Not only are you buying into a used car and everybody else's problems that came before you that used that car, but you're also buying into it for the future, and you're buying into it to maintain it, and to, I wanted to become gotta be careful what I say here. I almost said that too quickly. I almost said, just right off the tongue, I wanted to become more intimate with my van immediately after meeting her, or should I say him. We call him Voldy because he's got a white pale face and really no nose. It just kind of cuts off right at the front. So Voldy being short for he who must not be named. But I instantly wanted to become familiar with it, because at that time it was not only our vehicle, but it was our home. And so for me to be intimate with the machine to the point where, not that I used its exhaust pipe for anything weird, but to just where I knew where all of its parts were and how they were working, so that if something were to go wrong, I could know what was happening. And so I wanted that, but at the same time, I knew that that's still something that I'm cultivating. It's not something that I've set everything down and been like, all right, I'm going to learn the ins and outs of this machine. But there have been times where things have happened where I have had the opportunity to learn more about the machine. And there's countless things that I'll still have to sort of undergo and learn and discover with it, as I've come to see through Jay and through him telling me. I almost said his name in like a Spanish way there, through Jay. But just the way that he tells me that things are always changing, and not only that, but your engine is a very complicated machine that takes years to fully understand. So but anyways, that there's there are certain things that I was expecting to have to learn and sort of figure out and understand, but then there were also those hidden factors of, well, what are the problems that other people are actually just trying to hide from you, that aren't actually maybe the typical problems because you're not taking it from your experiences. It's like, well, I didn't put a roof rack up there haphazardly, so I don't even have the slightest clue as to why my roof is leaking, or why there's the hole in the floor should have been the first indication, because the fact that there's a hole in the floor means the roof is probably leaking and then causing some sort of deterioration that would cause your floor to leak, or floor to have a hole in it rather. But I guess all that's the hindsight's 2020, right, on that. So we were hoping maybe that because we had patched up, I patched up around one of the roof racks, and then our leaks stopped for a little bit, and then the leak would start again, and so I'd have to go up there and try to figure out which roof rack it was, and just spray more silicone around it, which was just, especially once we went up there and saw Jay, like a professional mechanic, and for him to go up there and take a look at those racks and see all that silicone and be like, oh man, like immediately like, I'm not touching any of this. This is crazy. That he didn't say that, but you could tell he's just like, yeah, there's a lot of, I think he just called it gunk or something like that. There's a lot of gunk up here. But we were trying, and we were just getting to the point where, as we were actually driving to Jay's, we had a leak in the back, like behind me, far behind the driver's seat. That was just we couldn't figure it out, and we couldn't patch it no matter what I tried. And it was leaking so bad, we just had a tarp there with a towel over top of it, and we just caught all the water that fell in. And because the bed frame and everything was underneath, so we didn't want the water getting into the wood and sort of rotting the wood away, or making it mold or anything like that. So we were just doing damage control at that point. So we were really hopeful that Jay could have some sort of solution for the van roof. But at the same time, like I said, I was also very curious about who Jay was, and I wanted to see like what he had done back here in his little backwoods abode. And so that's actually one of the first things that we did do when we got there was he took us on a nice big long tour of his property. Excuse me. And he's got a lot of property, and he's got a lot of trails that he has obviously made himself just through walking around them. He's got a pond and another pond that he looks after. He's got kind of a pond when you come in his drive, actually, that he was experiencing a bit of a beaver issue while we were there. A beaver, which he didn't have any problem with the beaver. He actually enjoyed pointing out where the beaver was like kind of chewing on the trees and everything. He thought it was kind of cool. But the part that he didn't like was where that pond was his driveway went through the middle of it, and there was a tube that let the water flow through from one side to the other, and the beaver had decided to take up a bit of a residence in there and to start to make some sort of a dam through a bunch of sticks and stuff, and it was kind of plugging it up. So we ended up trying to fix that at one point, but he was just so knowledgeable about, you could tell that, he had lived there, I think, don't quote me on this, but I think for like over 30 years he had been there. And so to see all of these trails that he had beaten in over the years, and to hear all of the knowledge that he had acquired about like the surrounding flora and fauna. And he took us down by a stream where he said a lot of cows just like to come and graze on the other side of the stream, so much so that he had to put like a couple of sheet metal panels as a fence around one area just to try and keep them from coming out and into his property and coming up right by his house, which they had done apparently sometimes before. But just to hear all of the history that he himself had acquired just through being there and discovering and uncovering and constructing everything that he had done, it was a really cool way to experience the property right from the get-go. He gave us the whole tour, the whole walkthrough, and I only got one tick on me, so that's great. So the ticks are just something that freak me out, man. And even to the point where if I talk about them, or I just start like, immediately my body's like, here's one spot on your body that's like abnormally itchy, don't you think? And maybe you almost feel like something crawling around there. Maybe you should go investigate that. Luckily these ticks were just tiny little baby ticks. They didn't have a very high chance of carrying any diseases or anything. So it was just the unsettling sort of fear factor tingling sensation that I got. But nothing more. We got to see a lot of cool stuff on his property, including this fire that he had just kind of had smoldering for a while, and an old oil pump sort of area that was that they had kind of taken out all of the major components of. But apparently he said they had a program in place at one point in time to come and sort of clear all that out, and he was looking forward to them getting it off of his property, because you could just tell that he put a lot of thought into everything that he was doing there, and he wanted to do what he could to sort of maintain his property and to make it suitable, and to constantly have an area where he could kind of work and experiment. So I could respect that. But it was cool getting the tour of the property. And then I think our first day there, we didn't really look at the van at all. I think we might have actually gone and saw one of his friends who was watching her children and some other children, and a bunch of rambunctious little kids, and they all just wanted to go see Trump's wall. They kept saying, they're like, can't we just go to Trump's wall? It's on the other side. That we went down by a lake, like it's just on the other side of the lake. Like, I'll walk there. One of the little kids thought he could walk there, but it was a hike around the lake. But apparently on the other side, we kind of went and drove by the wall. I didn't see it because it's underwater. apparently there was, and I'm going to butcher the history and the story behind all this, because I just vaguely remember what the Trump's Wall actually was versus what I thought Trump's Wall was going to be. I thought it was just, some sort of place where they were constructing some kind of a wall just randomly in Oklahoma, which is not a border state, especially not where we were. So it was very odd. But apparently there's this wall that they started underwater. Oh jeez. And I don't know why they started this underwater, and I don't know why they never finished it to the point where it's just kind of, maybe it's to prevent some sort of current or something, but basically if you go out into the water, it just kind of looks like a beach. It sort of gradually dips off into the water, but if you walk out about 9 feet and you don't know about this, you will just ram your toes and your legs into this wall that's just this sort of like retaining wall or something. I don't know what it is or why it's there, but I thought it was funny that everyone was calling, all the little kids were referring to it as Trump's Wall. And it kind of makes you think about like how youth is able to absorb and interact with politics in this era of information that, we've never really been able to experience before. So I don't know how much a 10-year-old really cares or knows or thinks about what's going on politically in the world, but I think even just a peripheral of that sort of an idea implanted early on could make people more aware and more willing to be proactive about certain things. And I think that's if you're going to have a government, you want to keep the government in check. And I think that's I'm trying to extend this Trump's Wall into something that could potentially be beneficial for the future, like people just or just the younger generations just being aware of the fact that there was this idea and this conflict of interest centered around this idea of a wall, and how there are maybe certain stories to each side, and it's something that can just maintain and broaden a perspective in the political realm. So that's a very convoluted pull away from that, but we did see the Trump's Wall, and we did go and visit Amy and all of her kids, and just hearing some of her stories too as an adult there in Oklahoma, and with a lot of the crazy stuff that happens in these towns that are kind of slowly being taken over by automation in a lot of ways, and slowly being left behind more and more with just the way that everything's moving and the way that information is moving so quickly. But in a lot of ways, everyone's, the one thing that I've found through traveling is that everyone really is just all the same at the end of it. When you boil it all away, and when you take out all the cultures and all the traditions and all the beliefs and all the value structures, it's all the same. We're all the same. And so to hear someone going through something that's a lot rougher than the iteration of life that I've been bestowed is humbling, and it's sad. Like I felt sad hearing a lot of these stories about a single mother trying to raise her kids and having all this weird corruption and violence sprouting up around her in every which way, and not getting any help from the education system, and not getting any help from anybody really. It's just but then also hearing the kind of person that she's become, and she is who she is because of all of this. So you feel sad, but then at the same time you're like, yeah, but keep going and keep doing it, because you're becoming a stronger person because of it, as long as you don't let it consume you. And I guess it's just like, how long could you possibly keep your head to the grindstone before it does consume you? I don't know, but it was cool to talk with her and to hear her perspectives, and to help encourage her to keep going and to keep doing it. And she's very well educated, and she has a good perspective of where she's at for where she's at. So I wish her the best of luck, and I wish Trump's Wall the best of luck in being completed. But that was pretty much our Jay kind of drove us around. We were in his truck at that point. He kind of drove us around town and showed us some more of just the local scene, if you will. And so that was cool. And we ended up coming back that night, and he showed us some of his toys that he did, because actually, you guys, Uncle Jay, I know he seems like just this guy who would be out in the garage all the time working on cars and tinkering with things, and never much of a gamer. But Uncle Jay is a gamer. He's got a PlayStation 4, you guys. He's got PlayStation VR, actually, which I don't even have. So you could say he's more of a PlayStation devout than me, which is, I mean, that's crazy, right? He had this game that he kept telling me. He's like, you just gotta, I don't know what the game's called, but you gotta get me past the spider level. And he kept telling me that. So I was like, all right, let's tackle it. Let's tackle it tonight. And I just want to see how the PlayStation VR worked. And of course, he had this like chair that he wheeled out, and he had me sit on it. And it's completely seated, so it's not room scale like the Vive, like what I had at one point and what I experienced. But at the same time, it does give you that sort of VR feel. The screen resolution for the goggles is a little bit lower, and it's not as wide and encompassing to your head, so you don't get you kind of get a little bit of that light bleed in from the sides, from from the light from the outside just bleeding through. And so there's a little bit, it takes a little bit of getting used to as far as seeing. Luckily, I was very familiar with using VR vision before, so I know how to acclimate to it pretty quickly. The one thing that I couldn't acclimate to very quickly once I got into the game was the controls, because he had a gun, like a little gun, PSVR gun mount like thing controller. And so I was trying to like figure out all the buttons while I was in VR and what everything did. And I wasn't starting on stage 1. I was starting on a stage that he couldn't get past. And I wasn't familiar with Jay's gaming skill, so I didn't know how easy this would be. I didn't know if I'd just be able to kind of peruse through it very quickly and impress everybody in the room. But it was not the case. It was crazy. I went up in I walked over by this cave after picking up a bunch of rockets, which, once you pick up rockets, something's about to happen. And all of a sudden this humongous spider comes out, just gurgles, throws spit at me. Meanwhile, I'm just shooting. I'm going frantic, just tossing my rockets, tossing all my bullets. And you had a shotgun, and then you could switch over to an assault rifle, but you could only reload this the shotgun. The assault rifle it would just overheat, and then you would have to let it cool down. And so these weapons were not very traditional, and it was also, you could see the spider's weak points at some points during the fight, but it wasn't, there was no health bar. It wasn't very easy for me to tell when I was doing damage versus when I wasn't. I eventually did get the fight. I think it was the second night that we attempted it. I did end up actually beating the spider, but it was all just timing. You just had to, as soon as he showed his weak point, shoot his weak point, and then don't shoot him at all again, because he just doesn't take any damage or go into his next stage if you do that. Meanwhile, he's spawning all these little spiders and slightly bigger spiders that spawn more little spiders, and you just have to, it's mayhem, really, is what the fight is around timing up these weak point shots that, he climbs up onto these big ledges. So sometimes you just have to time rockets as you shoot them, and you can't waste all of your rockets in the meantime shooting all these little minions that he spawns. But once you get the timing of the fight down, I was able to get through it in a couple minutes. So whereas before I was sweating it out for 15 minutes, just shooting everything, trying to figure out what to do. But anyways, the PlayStation VR was pretty cool. He also put me into a car game that, go figure, he enjoys racing games and car games. He has one for VR that he actually built. He took a car seat out, and it adjusts and everything like a car seat, and he mounted a steering wheel. It's like he just took a piece of a car out, and he has it to where he can just roll it out into his living room, and you can sit down and drive just like you're in a car. The PlayStation VR driving game was, I'm going to say, subpar, just because of how, or at least how the controller was set up and all the settings and options. I was trying to figure it out as I went, but I couldn't turn. It was either I go straight or I try to turn slightly, and then all of a sudden my back end kicks out and I'm just doing spins. And so I wasn't able to finesse it maybe properly because I don't play that many racing games, but it seemed a little tough to get used to. But he also said that it was his least favorite. He just wanted to show me the VR one, and that he had like Project Cars 2, I think was his most favorite, but he also had some other ones that he was messing with that he just used his television screen for. It wasn't PlayStation VR, but anyways, he showed us that. He showed us he has this bed that he has that just it sits kind of right where I was like playing PlayStation, and so it would be impossible to have, I guess, a bed in your living room unless you had the setup that he has, where he has a second story that he hasn't fully started yet. He has it all blocked off and everything, but it's just kind of rough up there right now. But he has boat, I think they're boat pulleys. They're like 4 on each corner of the bed. He has like a pulley system where these boat mechanisms, they have like this strong cable that they let down, and he can basically has the ability to raise and lower his bed. He can raise it all the way up to the ceiling. He'll eventually be able to raise it all the way up to the second floor once he doesn't have a ceiling there and he starts working on the second floor. And then that allows him to have a living room space right there. So, and then at night he just lowers it down, or if he's not having company, he just keeps it down. It also has this very subtle, well, it's not so subtle sometimes, especially when you get into it, but there's a rocking sensation since it's just suspended by 4 cords. So if you can imagine that, there was one point in while we were staying there where we actually he let us sleep on his bed, and so we got to experience it, and I almost thought I was going to throw up when I first got on. Like immediately I was laying there with Puf and I was looking up at the sky and I was just trying to visually stabilize myself, but it was hard to do because you're swaying back and forth, and then so I started to get a little nauseous. I will say about 5 minutes in I was acclimated to it. Probably got acclimated to it a little bit more quickly than Puf, and a little bit more quickly than I would say someone who wasn't familiar with, I don't know what that is. I don't know if I could attribute that to like VR or just even just playing a game where your face is close to the screen and there's a lot of things moving really fast and really confusingly, and you know, all those warnings that they put before video games, like if you're prone to seizures, you may experience some troubles while playing this game. That stuff has never affected me, so I think I was able to maybe quickly remedy my situation, more quickly than someone who hadn't had as much experience with that. But it still got me for a second. But then by the end of the night and come, you know, early in the morning, I was purposely like kicking off the side to try and give myself just a little bit of a rock back and forth, or like I would, you know, anytime Puf would roll over, it would kind of give you a little rock. So you could actually see where it would be comforting. It's almost like, I think this is actually why I freaked out when I first did it, because I had this thought specifically was running through my mind as I was trying to process all of this motion and everything. And I was like, this is so weird. It kind of feels like a baby. It feels a little bit like a baby. Like it feels like I'm a baby. It feels like I'm a baby being rocked, but I'm a full-size human and I'm being rocked. And so it's like I'm being rocked back and forth by a giant. And as soon as I thought I am a little baby human, I'm a normal-sized human that just looks like a little baby human, and I'm being rocked back and forth by a giant. As soon as I thought of the bed as giant arms, like a giant's arms, I was terrified. And that's when I think that sort of added to my nausea. And then I quickly realized, you know, looked around, stopped looking at the ceiling. Okay, I'm not in a giant's arms, thankfully. Oh my goodness. That's definitely where the fear stemmed from. Now that I recall it 100%, it was the giant's arms. But anyways, he showed us his bed, and we actually went back and slept in the van that night. It was pulled underneath an awning, which was, you know, the only awning that we've ever really been able to pull ourselves under, because our van was so tall with all of the racks and everything. Not only is it a Sprinter van, so it looks like they just took the van, like a normal van while the metal was still warm, and they just like yanked it up a little bit, and so you have like a little bit of a stretched top. You probably have seen it many times. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you probably recognize it from a picture. But not only is it that, but it also has some roof racks on it. But he still had an awning that we were able to tuck back in underneath, mostly because we entered Oklahoma during storm season, baby. That's right. Coming through Kansas, you could tell why they shot Twister in Kansas, because there's nothing else to do around Kansas except for have a tornado. So, and it's kind of funny because you could almost say something similar for Oklahoma, in the sense that we actually became very familiar, Puf and I, during our stay, with the local weather channels and with how they treat this prime storm season. Almost, if not more so importantly, than a local sports event, where they have constant coverage when there is a storm going, which we experienced several times. A few storms. Luckily, we were just like I said, we had the van undercover, away from any potential hail or a tornado comes. It's actually a bit different. Jay actually had experienced a tornado himself on his property. He tried to run away from it, and it lifted him actually in the air. He has security cameras around his place that I think caught the entire event. Lifted him in the air a little bit and propelled him forward, pushed him out towards his pond a ways. So he is no stranger to the local extreme weather. That is for sure. But it's crazy because, I mean, I get at the same time, it's funny to see because it's unlike anything that I've ever seen as far as like how crazy they get into it and how energetic these casters get into it. I'm looking at you, David Payne. David Payne on Channel 9. If you guys ever want to watch something entertaining, just Google local Channel 9 Oklahoma news, David Payne, and talking to his storm chasers, Val and Amy Castor out there. I mean, if your name is Val Castor, you're destined to be a storm chaser, or you got your name legally changed to Castor, which I imagine that would be the case. But anyways, these guys are up there. No commercials at all during this. Just straight. Let's get back. Can we get to? Let's get to David. We need to get to David with the weather instantly. And then as soon as David Payne comes on, that's it, baby. That's it. All you're getting is David Payne with the green screen in the background. He's got all these weather patterns behind him. He's talking about curving. Oh man, this one's going to curl right around. We got a downwind coming right here, and he's so, you can tell that this guy, this is his moment, baby. Like, this comes once a year this season, and he's only going to be head newscaster for so long, and you can just tell he is relishing in this. Like, he is on the borderline of wanting more catastrophe to happen so that he has a reason to keep going. That's how into it. I don't think his intention is to harm anybody whatsoever, but I'm just trying to illustrate how much devotion this guy has for storm casting, and for how much love he has for his storm chasers, in particular Val and Amy Castor. If I have to say, those were his favorite out of the time that I experienced. He kept wanting to go to Val. He was right there on the scene. He had, and so you have this, you have David Payne. You have him standing there, and then you have the green screen behind him. But it's not just one green screen. You don't just have the radar green screen. You have that, but then on the left side, you have 4 other different cameras. 3 of them are storm chasers, and 1 of them is just of a tower somewhere, close by on the storm. So you have so many different angles. And then they got this guy that sent in a drone shot that was actually really, really cool. It was the best tornado footage I've ever seen. And so it was cool to just see it pop up, like someone just caught this of the storm, and the storm, or the tornado rather, and the tornado's just like kind of rolling through this prairie and this farm, and it doesn't seem to like be causing too much damage, but there's a pond that it's coming towards, and as soon as it comes towards the pond, David looks at this and he goes, now look at the water. He goes, and it almost as if, and I don't know this for sure, but as soon as he said this, like the way he did, it's almost like I had watched the past 8 seasons of Channel 9 storm chasing, because I could tell that people had messaged David Payne through social media or through the news channel themselves, and they were very doubtful, and they were very suspicious, and they almost seemed to believe that if a tornado were to come up against a body of water, that the body of water would prevent the tornado from going any further, or the body of water would diffuse the tornado or something. Because the way he said this, when the drone footage went over and the tornado was coming across the pond, and he's like, look at the water. They showed it 3 times in the span of 20 minutes, and he was just as excited to say this every time. So I'm almost positive that this is a thing that people were kind of assuming, and I could almost follow that train of thought, and being ignorant about storm patterns and cloud climates and tornado structure and geometry and the way it operates and all that. I could see, well, yeah, maybe water does something to it. But he's like, look at the water. It's not doing anything. The tornado is just going right across it. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't even care. And at this point, the tornado's gone. It's past the water. The water is not even in the shot anymore. And he's just like, and I'm telling you, people, tornadoes, they don't care if it's water. They don't care if it's mountains. They will go over whatever. So either he was just trying to explain how awesome tornadoes were, or he was fighting some sort of eternal battle that's been happening. And I almost hope it turns up the trolls just a little bit to where you just get a couple comments even after that drone footage, in reply to it, just being like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that was. I think it wasn't deep enough water, or just something to stoke that fire, because you can tell it's such a what's the word I could use nowadays? A trigger for him. And maybe that's mean. Maybe it's totally devilish of me. But I guess we all have a little devil in us. So there it is. Mine. I just want to see David Payne get told just a couple more times that tornadoes don't travel through water, just because he was really trying to make that point. But anyways, I guess where I was going from there is, we were lucky and thankful to have something to pull our van underneath from night 1, so that we could be protected from, at least some hail. They loved saying what size the hail was in a certain area on the radar. They had little pinpoints every time a lightning strike happened on the radar. Like this was Weather Channel to the extreme. And I haven't watched weather in a really long time, so maybe this is just par for the course, but I mean, it had to be just a step above the Texahoma border. I'm telling you, Storm Chaser City. If any of this sounds appetizing to you at all, which, if you want to watch our own storm chasing, we actually, on the way back, it might have been, it would be 2 days ago at this point, as we were driving back from Oklahoma, we went through a pretty big storm ourselves. And so if you want to, I think that'll be on Instagram, or maybe it'll be on our Looking for James, but we'll have some footage of that. Maybe I can superimpose it here. Doubtful though, that came from Pugh's phone. But anyways, storm chasing, it's a thing that excites me. It terrifies Pugh, and it excites me, but it's not something that I would want to pursue like as a profession. It's cool to just get like run across one, and we actually phoned Jay. We phoned back to Jay in Oklahoma to check the radar, because he was very familiar with the radar. He was very familiar with the clouds and what they meant. And since Oklahoma is so wide and vast, you can actually see clouds for miles and miles and miles. So you could see storms cropping up in the distance. You could see storms over a town or two, and it was cool how familiar he was with all of that, and it actually it saved us a time or two when we were out on the trail. But we'll get into that eventually. So, anyways, we pulled our van in, and we slept for the night, and that was day 1. We woke up, and I wanted to cook some breakfast for everybody. We had brought our pans and stuff, and we had brought all the ingredients from like the traditional eggs, bacon, and hash brown potatoes that I love to cook. And so I just wanted to make that as a nice, like, all right, let's get this first official day underway for wherever the journey takes us. I was hopeful to get some van work accomplished, but I was, at the same time, I was like, if we don't do anything with the van and we just have like a great time exploring and hanging out and having a good time with Jay, like that's all good. That's all fine and dandy with me too. But I just wanted to also get it off to a good start with a nice breakfast. So I tried to cook my breakfast just like I normally do. Unfortunately, I was constrained a bit with my pans. Like I couldn't use the pans that I normally use. So and those being non-stick pans, and I really heavily rely on non-stick pans when I cook. I would definitely recommend if you cook yourself to use non-stick pans and to not use anything metal or sharp on the bottoms of them as to chip away or ruin the pans over time. I think that's the biggest mistake you probably could make with them. But if you get a nice like silicone sort of spatula or something, and you never really scrape the bottom of it, it's got to be the best piece of cookware ever to be invented. The fact that you can just let something sort of soak and cook and fry itself a little bit in the olive oil, in the butter, and not have to worry about it sticking to the bottom of your pan. You can get that nice sort of semi-charred, like crispy brown with a little bit of melted cheese in there, and it's incredible. I tried to do that on this this low heat sort of convection stovetop with with unfamiliar tools and unfamiliar heat levels, and it ended up just taking too long to where we ended up just eating. I wanted chewy. I wanted like soft. I wanted soft potatoes, but I ended up just getting pretty crunchy potatoes, which I was pretty sad about. They weren't horrible, and Puf and Jay said that they enjoyed them, but they weren't what I was expecting really, and so maybe that was my fault for expecting too much and being in an unfamiliar spot. But I'm so used to our kitchen here now, and having the range, the 4-burner range, and how consistent the heat can be, and just knowing my temperatures. It was an awakening for me to experience that. And while I was a bit upset that I couldn't give them the breakfast I wanted, at least we got some decent food. We got the eggs and the bacon were good, and we were ready to take on the day. So and that day eventually would span into the next couple of days, and that was where we took on the van. I mean, and this is where I really saw the kind of person and personality that Jay was and had, where he was, right when we got done with breakfast, he was never rushing. He was never like, it never felt like he was rushing us. It never felt like he himself was in a rush, but he was very, adamant about enjoying where we were when we were there. And that's exactly what we're about. And that's exactly what the Looking for James journey is all about, is that you don't need everything under the sun. You don't need a lot, actually. You don't need really anything at all to have a good, meaningful time and to have to enrich your life. You don't need to go out and buy $1 million camper, and that you can do whatever you want, wherever you are, with whatever you have. And so Jay just kind of, I guess, really embraced that fully encapsulated that spirit. And it was, like I said, right when we got done with breakfast, he was like, okay, let's go take a look at your van. And so we were like, all right, well, yeah, let's go. I didn't really know what that meant, but he kind of looked, he looked under the hood, and he looked at just a few things, just like any mechanic would do, I guess, just to kind of like see, well, let's make sure everything's running okay. And nothing too glaringly obvious is a starting point. But I really think that what Jay was looking for was some sort of tinker project while we were there. And he said this multiple times after those couple days of working on the van. He's like, I'm really glad that we had stuff to work on, because if we didn't, it would have probably been boring for you guys, or it wouldn't have been, but he would have felt like he wouldn't have had enough to provide us with as far as like stimulating activity. And for him, I think that is really what it is just an enjoyable, stimulating an activity. It can be challenging and it can be problematic at times, but I think he knows that when he exits out of that as a victor of sorts, and having done something that leaves something behind better than how he left it, I think he realizes the lasting impact that has on your self-esteem and just on you as a person. And so he was very willing from the very get-go to just hop in there, and so we were also very willing to just be like, hey, Jay, what do you think about our roof? And what do you think about this leak that we have? And what do you think about these roof racks? And what do you think about our solar mount that we had to sort of jerry rig up there, and all this stuff? And the short and sweet of it is, Jay says, look, you have some leaks in your roof. I don't know where they're coming from. You got a lot of stuff up on your roof. You got a lot of roof racks. You got a lot of gunk around it. At this point, the gunk, like the silicone and everything, had turned just black from just being up there and being like being dirty and just having grime on it. It was just like, it was hard to see where it stopped and where it ended, let alone where the leaks were at all. And so even though we kind of had it pinpointed, it was a lot easier said than done to just go up there and spray some stuff and have that be that, like I thought I could do time and time again. And he says, you know, one of the biggest problems is that your headliner is what he called it, but it was basically our ceiling, our wood paneling that we had put up on our ceiling, is in the way of us accessing the bolts to the bottom of the mounts, to the bottom of the ladder racks. I never want to call them ladder racks because we never put ladders on them, so they're just like big old clunky racks. But the bottoms of those are bolted in, and we can't get to those bolts without getting in through the ceiling. And the ceiling has insulation first, which we glued up there with wood glue to make sure it stayed. Then we put spray foam insulation up around to further solidify. And then we put the ceiling up against some furring strips, which we also glued up to the top of the ceiling and to the furring strips. So, and when I say glue, I don't mean an Elmer's blue stick. I mean a tube of caulk that you have to try not to get on your fingers because you can feel it starting to corrode your fingerprint when you use it, kind of glue. So this glue is meant for not ever having the ceiling fall down on us ever at all. And now the only potential way, aside from just doing, you know, like things that I have done which haven't been working, the only potential way to do this is to take out our ceiling so that we can get to what's underneath those bolts. Take the bolts out, cover the holes up that the bolts are leaving, and then go from there. And so I'm looking at Puf and as we're kind of deciding this, and like, part of me wants to say no, because I don't want Jay to have to open this can of worms. Like, this is supposed to be vacation, you know, like we're coming to spend some time with him. He's taken, a couple weeks off work just to spend some time with us. Like, the last thing I want to do is send him right back into the body shop. Little did I know, after talking to him for as much as I did over the course of this project, this is actually what he really enjoys. He really enjoys his job so much that he brings it home with him, and he's constantly finding new ways to do it. So part of my apprehension was perhaps invalid, so to speak, in the sense that I was not wanting to put that undue pressure on Jay. And then also at the same time, you know, we had spent a lot of time staining and figuring out the math to, like, we wanted it to be like an offset sort of a pattern. And so we spent a lot of time putting that ceiling up, and I knew that if we took it down, we weren't putting the same ceiling back up. It just wasn't going to happen. So we were either going to have to redo that or come up with a different solution, which Jay kind of, as we were deciding this, said, you know, well, maybe you can do the thinner paneling that's on the sides of your vans, on the sides of your van's wall, because that would give you actually even a little bit more space. It would be easier to do. You'd probably do like just 2 or 3 panels, and it would give you more room. And so just a little bit more headroom was appetizing for me, considering I have to do a bit of a squat approach when I'm trying to stand fully in the van, which is still pretty good. I'm not a short guy, and it's a car, so, you know, it's a vehicle, so it's cool that I can at least somewhat stand up in it. But that was kind of a cool idea. And we were initially going to do the thinner paneling. We ended up doing like maybe 1/2-inch thick boards or something like that. But we wanted to try and change it up and mix it up, since we were learning so many things in while building the van. We're like, all right, well, let's try, we did the walls and that was cool and that was easy and that was fun. Let's try to do something else for the ceiling so that we can maybe learn something else. And so we tried that ceiling. If I had to do it again, I'd do it a little differently. So I guess that means I learned something from it, and that's cool. But I was down. I was down for the paneling. It made the putting the ceiling back up process less intimidating, which is something I was like, man, I don't know how much this roof work is going to entail, but I'm assuming it's a lot. And so if we get through this roof work and then we have to put back on our interior headliner / roof, I don't know, like, are we just going to be driving back to Colorado from Oklahoma with no interior roof because we're not going to have enough time or not have enough energy? Little did I know, energy is like the thing that Jay is least lacking. Energy and ambition and drive and discipline are all things that are topped off on Jay, and they're all things that I tried to soak in and learn from as best I could because, Jay in a lot of ways, and I don't mean to like put him on such a pedestal and, to make you guys think so highly of him, but just from my experience, like Jay is really, he's my version of an angel. He's the non uber religious take of someone who's an angel. Just someone who's purely focused on giving and being a better person in this world and promoting and spreading as much of that as he can, while not promoting or spreading any agenda or propaganda or anything. Just good-hearted and honest work. And he realizes the value of that, and that's something that I think I keep coming back to and keep reflecting on so much, even during this podcast, because it's something that I really want to retain and have more of going forward. And it's something that I admire, and I feel like is something that if everybody took more of that into them, we would have a better world just inherently from the result of that. And so that's, I guess, what I really am taking from it all. I'm not trying to convince you guys as much as I'm just trying to reinstate that value in myself stronger because of the experiences that I had with that guy. And Uncle Jay, you're an amazing guy. If you're listening back, I know he peruses the internet and he's pretty tech savvy from time to time. If you're listening to this, man, I love you. Thank you for being such an amazing human. And I know you're living the bachelor life out there, and you're not looking to have any little offspring, but you're the kind of person that we need more of in this life. So maybe it doesn't happen through you specifically having kids, but I think you've left your mark on enough people in this world that you are leaving it behind a better place than how you found it. And I can't hold any grudge against any human that lives their life in accordance with that. So, but anyways, we guys, we proceeded to go in on the van. We went hardcore. We took the ceiling out, actually with ease, thanks to Jay's arsenal of air tools. This guy has, an air pump is probably a mechanic's best friend, I would say, to have those socket wrenches, those things that you hear during the NASCAR pit stops and whatnot, and everything in between. He actually had an air tool that was called an air hammer. That is my favorite tool in the world, hands down, for the end of time. I mean, I don't see how I could possibly run into a tool that's better than this. As far as if you're trying to mess things up and take things down, not mess things up. I shouldn't say that, because that's probably like the hallmark of a bad tool, but in a good way. As far as like, if you want something out of there and you just want it out, think of something like a jigsaw where you're just like, I need something that can do the job no matter what. An air hammer is what you need. And it's hard with a podcast because I can't show you what an air hammer is. I don't have even one with me, although I probably will have one within the next 10 years. An air hammer is, and he had a different attachment on his air hammer, but it's basically something that will just go, it's almost like a jackhammer, but like a mini holdable one. And so it had kind of like a flat-headed screwdriver bit that we were using and a big thick one, and we were able to just, as soon as the hardest part was really just prying up into the ceiling at first, just getting one of the panels kind of down and then ripping it down, and then once we had a hole where we could get into, we were able to just put this air hammer right in between the furring strip and where it was glued, right where that point would be where I would be in there. If we did not have Jay's tools and it was just me and Puf and it was like, you guys just take the ceiling out when you're done, we'll work on it, we would have been there for days. And that's no exaggeration. No exaggeration at all. If it was just use the tools that you brought and that you have at your disposal, no way. And we would have been so frustrated and so fed up by the time we would have done it. We probably wouldn't have gotten any more work done on the van. With that air hammer, we were able to take it out in less than an hour, I think. Especially once we got that first part down. It was like 20 minutes. And we didn't mess up any of the furring strips, which if you don't know what furring strips are, they're basically just pieces of wood that I attached to the skeleton of the van so that I would have something to attach the ceiling to. Because I don't just want to attach the ceiling to the roof of the van, not only because I want to have foam in between there for insulation purposes, but also because I don't want it rubbing and like, you know, I don't want any, I want to reduce the noise while we're driving around. So having that little barrier, I also think it's just mandatory, not even, or just good practice, not even if you're doing something in a mobile structure, but just to have a furring strip to sort of have your wall come out as much as you want, or I don't know. There's many uses for furring strips. If you haven't Googled it by now, you're probably not interested enough. So I'll just move on with this. But anyways, they were in there, and if we would have just used an air hammer like I initially described it as, if you just want to get in there no matter the cost, we probably would have taken the furring strips out too. But we were able to keep them all in there, and we didn't end up needing to cut out any of the, just a little bit of the foam, I would say. So we didn't need to take all that foam out that was like glued up in there with spray foam and wood glue and all that. We just cut out a little bit where the nuts and bolts were that were attaching the roof racks, and we were able to, that very same day, we were able to see where the bolts were and take and undo the bolts and unscrew the roof rack from the top of our van, which is something that I had never seen before ever. Except for now, we had the issue where we had this huge, heavy roof rack with the solar panels mounted to a mount that was attached to the heavy roof rack, and it was all kind of one piece. Like we took the very back couple roof racks off because they weren't attached to the solar panels, but the solar panels were bolted down with U-strut to these racks, and it was just one huge chunk. So there was no real taking it apart unless we wanted to spend, again, more time taking it apart on top of the van and then handing it down piece by piece. But herein lies the juxtaposition of how I take on problems as someone who is a non-commissioned, non-mechanic versus how Jay takes on problems, where he's like, every minute counts. When I'm in my job, that means an investment in good tools and good forethought into your process means you're going to actually end up saving money in the long run. And so what he did was he kind of like, we were thinking about it, and I'm sure he was thinking about it as we were trying to take everything off, because he's a guy that likes to just stew around with problems in his head to try and figure out the best possible solution. If we ever ran into any sort of a roadblock, you know, you could tell you just sort of take a minute, mull it around, and then have at least several different ways to take it on and then try from there. And so one of the things that he thought of while we were taking this off was, you know, we have your van backed up under a roof awning kind of thing, and so it has support structures that are going across the roof. What if I were to attach these like ratchet straps, kind of, they're called motorcycle straps actually, because they're meant to hold the weight, I assume, of like a motorcycle, and so they're just heavier duty than ratchet straps, which are kind of things that you just strap down something if you're carrying it in the back of your truck or whatever. And so he's like, what if I put 4 ratchet straps, one on each corner of this like big amalgamation of racks and panels, and since it's all connected as one unit, I'll attach those straps to the panels and then to my roof structure. So now my roof is kind of holding it, and then we will raise it up by ratcheting the straps up a little bit so that we raise it up off of the van roof, and then you can drive your van out and then we'll release those straps slowly together and lower it down to the ground, which is exactly what we did without any hiccup whatsoever. Actually, once we raised it up and I pulled the van out, we were just looking at it, just astounded, because I had never seen the van without anything on top. It didn't even look like our van. It looked so barren up there. It was such an exciting moment. And then Puf and I get on one end. Each of us have one of the straps from a corner, and then Jay's on the other end with two, and he's just kind of like, it was like a master puppeteer. We were just kind of like slowly letting down each corner a little bit until it got close enough to the ground where Jay and I could just lift it up, one on each end, off of the straps, from the ground, and then kind of take it into his garage where we would then disassemble it from there. But it's just one other example of where it was just kind of like, oh man, that's such a great idea. And it's all just, you can't come across that kind of idea unless you've embraced the kind of lifestyle that Jay has, and unless you have that sort of open-minded, conscientious personality where you're driven enough to constantly find newer and better ways to tackle projects. And I think that's a great way, not only to sustain a lifestyle and a business, but also just to maintain your psyche going forward, and to always just know that you're a sharp enough tool to take on a lot more than you even know. And so that was cool. And that was a cool moment where I was like, dang, this guy is a modern day mechanical MacGyver. It's amazing. So we ended up, and then we had it off of the van, and so he got a few chunks of metal that we hammered down into a bit of a curve, and we plastered them up over the holes from the inside of the van, where all of those holes, there were 2 holes that went down from each of the 8 ladder racks. So we had 16 holes that we kind of had to patch up, and then we put some urethane on the inside, and then kind of on the outside as well. And we were able to, I say we, but I was just kind of Jay's third and fourth hands anytime he needed them, and I would just, but at the same time it was cool because I wasn't just a pair of hands, because I've worked on projects before with other people, and other adults, I should say, where they didn't ever feel the need to communicate what they were doing or why I was doing what I was doing. And I think maybe in a way, Jay and I share a similar knack for just talking to ourselves, to where I think some of the things that Jay was saying to him was to himself, but I was listening, and I was able to pick up on a lot of different things where if I were to have to do this project that I just did again, I would know and be way more confident than if I were to just, not to just go into it from the time we got to Jay's and just try to figure it out myself. So that alone was worth the time and effort that I spent. I wasn't up there doing every single thing, and I wasn't up there doing the more complicated things, but I was paying attention to them, and I was learning from them. And so, we patched up the inside. And then he kind of finished off the top. He actually went back to his shop in town and got the specific color, like the P09 or something white that the van was, to spray our roof back on after he patched the holes up. So you could barely tell that the roof even had roof racks, except for there were some indents where the first couple had really gone down in there, which he kind of bondoed up a bit. And I mean, he's the best body mechanic that they have at the shop. He's the guy that they take all the tough problems to. So it was quite a luxury and quite a privilege to be able to, I don't want to say work alongside, because that gives me more credit than what I'm due, but just to be able to be in the presence of a mastermind at work like that, and just to see him sort of know exactly what to do, not immediately, but after sort of vetting it out and being honest. And yeah, it was really cool. We patched up the holes, and then it was it. And then it was like, all right, let's test for leaks, I guess. Like, we're all patched up. That urethane dries pretty quickly, and so we might have taken like, that might have been where we called it for the day, because we let the urethane dry overnight. Because I remember a couple nights where we slept in the van where we had no ceiling, it was just like the insulation and the furring strips. And I was like, oh my goodness, this is insane. Like, it's insane. Not only what we're doing and what Jay is allowing us to accomplish and helping us accomplish, but how quickly it's all happening. Like, it was shifting just so wildly. Like I said, within a couple days, we completely redid the roof, something that would have cost us thousands of dollars and probably taken weeks of labor if we would have taken it to a shop. We just knocked it out, and it was never griped about or anything. Even during the frustrated parts, it was just very quickly circumvented, and the frustration was never pointed at anybody, but it was just a grunting as we overcame the obstacle of whatever problem was set before us. And so it was a really refreshing workflow and a really awesome experience. And so the next morning we got up there, or we got the hose ready, and we got up on the roof, and Jay like sprayed the hose everywhere. I was over there frantically, like, running between everything that we bolted down, like, oh my God, okay. Oh, right, because we also reattached the solar panels. That's right. So I think that we did go to sleep, and then the next day we put the solar panels up there, because we had to actually attach them through some of the holes that we patched up the day before. So I was wondering if that would actually work, but the urethane, which is different from polyurethane, I learned, that we used was like special order urethane. It's like $25 a tube. It's the stuff that they use to put windshields in. So it's like, it's heavy duty. It's not gonna budge once it's set, and it sets in about an hour. It really sets in about 4 hours, and then it's immovable after 24 hours. So we were actually able to mount those solar panels right to the roof of the van, which was so great for aerodynamics. Like, when you got a wind gust, when you had 6 extra inches of a gap, and then panels, it almost felt like the van was going to take off during certain points while we were driving, many times. And then not only that, but immediately when we set out for Ocala National Forest on our first voyage, we were met with this atrocious whistling, whining sound that it took me about 2 or 3 months to really pinpoint down. And it was basically just from the gap, one of the gaps in between the solar panels being so high up and the roof rack. There was just a little gap that was like a whistle almost, and we were just whistling all up and down the highway. It was headache inducing 100%. And it was something that was like, it didn't happen all the time. The wind had to be blowing in about 180 degrees of the right direction. So about half the time you didn't get it. Half the time he couldn't have a conversation, and after about 5 minutes you were ready to just punch a baby. If I saw a baby on the side of the road and it was like, punch me and I'll stop your noise, I wouldn't even think about it. I wouldn't even think twice. That's how bad it was. But I ended up just putting duct tape right there, just like winding up duct tape around it, and I didn't actually think it was going to work, but it worked until we were driving down to Jay's. I think the Kansas winds started to blow it away, and we heard it flapping against the van, just a piece of thick duct tape. And as soon as I cut it away, whatever was flapping, it just left more room for the next row to unfoil, and then that was flapping. So we cut a few rows of our last bit of sound insulation up there on our way. But all of that stuff was now off of the van. It was on a trailer somewhere. It was completely surreal to see. And our panels were back up there. They were working. We were a little hesitant when we first plugged them in because they weren't showing any charge really at all. And it was an overcast day, but it still should have been working a little bit. And then I got worried. I was like, shoot, because Jay let me be in charge of plugging in or unplugging the solar panels from their roof outlets up there, because it was kind of a little confusing. Just a little, just very little. But he's like, I'm going to let you do this because Lisa's dad did all the wiring, and he's like, I don't want my brother-in-law getting mad at me if I mess up his solar. So I was like, fair enough, Jay. I'm pretty sure I got this. But as soon as we weren't getting the charge, I was like, oh, shoot. And then we were only getting a little charge, and I was like, oh, man, I only connected like one of them, and the other one's not working. Eventually, it worked itself out. We sprayed the roof after all of that was set up, because, you know, we had to drill a couple additional holes in there to mount the solar panels again. So we were patching up holes, we were adding holes. There was a lot of opportunity for leak. And we got up there with the garden hose. Jay drenched it all. I was frantically running back and forth trying to see any holes that would leak, and I didn't see it. I didn't see any holes leak. Puf and I were on top of the world at that moment. I was just like, you don't know how great of a feeling it is just to have a van that doesn't leak after having a van that's leaked for so long. I just want to be a real normal boy. I don't want any leaky anything. And so our battle with the leaks was finally over, and we were so elated. We actually went down by the beaver pond to check on the beaver. We shoved like a big long like a mast or something down the tube to try and clear up some of the gunk, and we realized that the gunk wasn't even clogging up the drain really, and that enough water pressure building up would just sweep it away anyways. And so it was just great all the way around. We walked down and saw that. We came back, and we were gonna go into the house and have a celebratory drink. We were gonna finally celebrate the completion of the project. The only thing that I think we still needed to do was install the awning. We had an awning installed onto the roof rack. And when we took the roof rack off, obviously the awning came with it, and we wanted to reinstall the awning, but that was just, you know, easy peasy compared to what we just did. So they headed into the house, and I went into the van to grab some things, and as I was heading out of the van, I heard this drip, 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 drip. And I look over, and on the bed, on my pillow, there is a huge puddle of water and this drip is like, it's not a slow drip. It's actually the exact same drip. I can tell by the speed that it's falling, the exact same drip that we had the tarp and the towel down for while we were driving there. And I'm looking at it, and I'm wanting it not to be so. And I'm hearing Lisa and Jay in there just so excited and just having a great time. And I wanted to ignore it. I feel like if I was 12 years old, I just would have left the van and been like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna have fun while we still can, and we'll deal with that later. But 29-year-old Andre knew he had to go be the bearer of bad news. So I went over, I said, guys, the roof is leaking. And Jay didn't even skip a beat. He's like, oh man. He's like, all right, well, pull it back down, and I'll get the ladder, and we'll look, and we'll see where it's coming from. And that right there, like that, the aplomb that he carried himself with in that situation cannot be understated, because when you are riding high on the ebbs and flows of life, and someone just takes and knocks you down almost too soon, it's very easy to let your emotions get the best of you, and to just and not only to let your emotions get the best of you, but to let those emotions impact your ability to think clearly. And for him to just be like, you know what, all right, let's just turn it around and pull her back in there, and we'll see what's going on, was amazing. It was like such a refreshing energy to work with, that I just don't think it can be understated. So we pulled it back in. He got the ladder up there. We knew right where the leak was coming from. I had a bucket underneath it at this point, so we knew where the problem child was, and he was able to look now that he was very familiar with the top of the roof, and he knew where he had fixed. We saw, once we looked up there, that it was not this leak in particular, although a lot of the leaks had stemmed from the roof racks. This leak was not from the roof racks. This leak was from a seam in the rib of the van that extends all the way across the van, that basically helps attach the top section or the back section of the top to the van, and where it's sort of welded in, that seam where it went over the top of the van down into a little tiny crevice before it went flat. Right in that crevice was the hole. And so although it seemed horrible, at the same time, we were almost immediately able to identify where the hole was. And he put some urethane up there. We patched it up just like the rest. And we tested it. We had it tested and working an hour later, completely waterproof. And that was that. And then our ceiling of the van was completely waterproof. We installed the awning on the side of our van, like right above where the door slides out. Pretty much specifically right above where the door slides out, almost to where you kind of sometimes have to close the door in order to open it and fold it out. But it's in the best possible position that it could be, because it's so much lower now that I think we'll actually use our awning. Whereas before, with as high as it was up on those roof racks, I had to like climb onto the van to pull this thing out. And it's an easy setup. It's a pretty easy setup. But when it's just slightly out of your reach, it's actually the most impossible setup ever, to where I just never felt like getting it out. Where now, just standing on the ground, I have enough wingspan to reach up there and pull everything out, and we can have it set up in about 5 minutes. So it was great. We put that up there. No leaks whatsoever with that, because Jay was on it from start to finish. We urethaned that as well. I got really used to that urethane over the course of this trip. And he had actually bought a 4-pack of them, because they're just so expensive that Jay, being tech savvy as he is very familiar with eBay as well, and he actually has a specific app that he downloaded for eBay, which I didn't know existed, but it's called Sniper, I guess. He's like, "Have you heard about sniping on eBay?" And I was like, "Wait, Jay, what are you talking about? Is eBay some sort of weird VR game that you have now that you're going to tell me about or something?" But it's this app where it'll be like 7 seconds or 3 seconds before the bidding ends, which is like bidding almost like the eBay scene almost seemed to come and go for me. Like now I'm just into Amazon. I'm on the Amazon fanboy boat where I'm just like, let me go on Amazon and they have reasonable prices. Sure, I'll just buy it. Like they have all my information already, so it's really easy. And I just never really looked back at eBay too much. I think we bought our new phone case on eBay, so sometimes. Never for the bidding though. This guy is in there, and he's in there for weird, obscure auto mechanic parts and tools and accessories that I actually think you can have a chance of winning, like for decent prices in these bidding wars. So I think because he is in the situation that he is and in the profession that he is, and he's amongst a lot of people that maybe aren't as tech savvy as him, maybe not for long and definitely not forever, but he's almost ahead of the curve and able to capitalize on a cornered market that maybe some people don't even realize. So it was cool. He was able to get these tubes, but then he got these tubes and they weren't really coming out that great. And this urethane is, like I said, they use it to put in windshields, so it's pretty thick. But at the same time, like it should have been coming out at least a little bit. And so we ended up having to heat it up with a bit of a heat gun on the outside, and then it worked like a charm. But that was just another little obstacle that we had to overcome during this whole process. But yeah, the awning was reinstalled for things other than giants, and that was yet another win. Just an additional little, like, here you go, guys. I could just send you back with the awning underneath your bed and say you can install it sometime, but I'm going to install it right here, right now. We're going to put it in 20 minutes. It was amazing. We waited a day for all that to dry. The next day, he took us to at 11 in the morning, or what would you say, 11 in the late morning. It's not really morning by 11, but it's not noon and it's not afternoon. But 11 was when the Chinese buffet opened. And Jay was a big fan of this Chinese buffet. Puf, as we were driving up to Oklahoma, or down to Oklahoma, I should say, Puf was in the mental state of never wanting to go to a Chinese buffet again. And I can't say I blame her. Like most of the Chinese buffets I go to, I really want to go to them when I'm heading there, and when I'm dishing out more than my fair share of General Tso's and lo mein onto a plate. I am really enjoying myself. But then almost immediately afterwards, I am thinking that I don't need to make any more decisions for myself ever again when it comes to my personal choices of eating. And I really feel like my insides are fighting each other via Fight Club style, where I'm just punching myself over and over and over again. And I just have to sit there and watch it or witness it happen within me. And so... But that doesn't stop me. Like I'm still just like a blind bug to a light. Like I'll just keep going at it regardless of how many times it tases me. As long as I'm still kicking, I'm still going in for that funny fortune cookie. Jay actually said that one of the fortunes he got one time after he'd eaten his meal was that wasn't really chicken, which I thought was actually a clever one. I'd never heard of someone taking it to that kind of an extreme before, but that's kind of, I can appreciate that sort of witty banter in a fortune cookie. Anyways, we went to Chinese buffet. Lisa was on board because, at this point, not only did we feel eternally indebted to Jay, but I also really, and I think Puf would probably resonate this as well, respected Jay. Like he was, he's someone that you just sort of, you can tell he maintains a high degree of competency, especially in the area that we were in, where it was just like, there's there's simple people living simple lives, and that doesn't involve too much thinking outside the box, and so it was just he was a peculiar seed in the mix in the midst of some odd plants themselves, but it was all great. Like I don't mean to sound judgmental, and I don't mean to sound I guess I'm just trying to illustrate how different everything can seem from an outsider's perspective. But like I said, as I've embedded myself in different cultures and in different areas, I have come to find that deep down there is really no difference. So all of this is just humor and just observational humor, really. It's not intended to offend or upset anybody, but it was just a very obvious observation. And so, and I could tell, not immediately when we got into the Chinese buffet, because we were actually one of the first people there. Great strategy. Jay had this down. Not only was it it was a very nice, maybe that's the wrong terminology to use. It was a nice Chinese buffet. It had sushi. It didn't have Mongolian barbecue, which is one of the things that I really enjoy, but I know Puf was at least semi-excited about the prospect of sushi, and all the food was coming out. I don't know, fresh. Again, I don't know if that's the right term, but it was very hot. All the buffet windows, like the screens that they have, the glass screens were just all fogged up, and it was a very... the smells were fresh. It was just a very pleasant experience to go through, not have to wait for anybody, just kind of scoop out your own stuff. By my second and final plate, there were a lot of people that started funneling in, and then you could see the crowd of people that were coming into the buffet that should not be coming into the buffet, and that probably come to this buffet too often. And I get it. I get the value. All you can eat for a certain amount of money, so just eat as much as you can. But you guys, everything in moderation, okay? And so I won't be going back to a Chinese buffet anytime within the next couple weeks. I can probably promise you that. But at the same time, I don't think Puf had a horrible experience. She had some good desserts there too, which is always a hit or miss for, their ice cream machine or frozen yogurt, soft serve, whatever it's called, was out of order. I saw a poor old lady. I don't even think, and I'm going to call you out, little lady at the Chinese buffet, I don't think you had anything else. And because you were going just straight for that dessert counter, and she was just sitting there with her cup underneath the faucet, just piddling out a little bit of chocolate ice cream soup. And I could tell that was a no-go. So because after my second plate I was like, there's no way I'm going back up there. But then Jay told me about the dessert counter and these little coconut flaky puff things, and I was like, all right, well, I at least you always got enough room for a dessert. So we went to the Chinese buffet. I think my fortune cookie was something along the lines of everybody has advice for you, although not all of it is good advice. And so I thought that was cheesy at first, and the more I reflected on it, the more I found that it was kind of similar to the Bruce Lee idea of adapt what is useful, reject what is not, and add what is uniquely your own. Maybe with less accentuation on the add what is uniquely your own at the end, but the adapt what is useful and reject what is not kind of struck a similar vein. I think some of the best fortunes and little things like that you can get, little quips are silly and stupid and maybe even a little witty at first, but the more you think about it, the more it sort of seeps into reality and makes even more sense. So again, not trying to overanalyze my fortune cookie, but I did on our way out grab a peppermint so they had a little basket of peppermints, which were free, which I assume all those people that were taking advantage of the Chinese buffet value were definitely taking a couple handfuls of those at the end. They had the traditional peppermints of the white peppermint with the red stripes on them, but they also had another peppermint that was, wait for it, brown with green stripes on it. And I didn't know what that was. I had to try it. I thought it was going to be chocolate. I almost wanted it to be like an Andes mint that would just like kind of slowly melt in your mouth. I thought that would almost be too good to be true. It turns out it was. I think it was just peppermint. I think it was the exact same. Maybe those ones were expired or something. I'm not sure. But anyways, we went on our day after as an official celebration for completing the van and making her leak proof. We went to the Chinese buffet, and I can tell you guys, if you want any advice, early in, early out. That's all I'm gonna say. But it's also pretty fresh and good as well. Yeah, and then after we did that, we got back. I don't know I'm not sure when we put the awning on, but I think we had put the awning on already. Because that day is when we worked on putting in the roof paneling. While we were out at the Chinese buffet, we went and got a couple of sheets of big thin wooden paneling that we ended up piecing together up there. And that took us a little bit because there's a lot of measuring and a lot of like weird angles to the van and a lot of things that we had to maneuver around. But it was also, it was less body work and more just kind of, I think woodwork is a lot more finesse and a lot more just like aesthetic and you're kind of like skinning it all in wood after you already you put all the greasy hard work in on the structure of it. And so I don't think Jay really minded putting up the paneling either, but he helped us put that up. And at that point, we were ready to go. We were not go as in leave, but we were ready to actually go and do some exploring, which was, again, I was not anticipating us going out and getting to Jay's and then immediately spending like 3 days fixing all of the problems that we had with our van. But it happened so quickly and so efficiently and so kindly that I never questioned it. And before I knew it, we were all geared up, and we convinced Jay that he didn't need to drive down separately, that he just could throw his stuff in the back of our van. We had more than enough room, especially since we're not toting around our entire house anymore. We're using it as a temporary home on wheels. And so that was that. We spent the rest of the night. I think Jay might have cooked us some turkey stew, some of Jay's famous turkey stew, and we watched old cowboy westerns on Grit. And I'm, there may or may not have been other celebratory activities that were involved during that night. And, it was actually amazing. There was this Western channel, Grit, plays just constant nonstop Westerns, almost no commercial breaks really. And that night that we were tuning in, they were actually playing the movie True Grit on the channel Grit like the network Grit, and I just felt like we had to watch it. So we ended up watching that, and we started watching another much older Western called Bad Joe, which Bad Joe was a horse. Some weird guy just came along and like sold this one dude out of a group of 3 this horse that they weren't sure about, and I think that was Bad Joe. I kind of went to bed after that, but anyways, I wanted to get some rest for our hike and adventure up into the Wichita Mountains of Oklahoma, which we would be venturing out into that very next day. So we got some rest, and we geared up the very next morning and had a little bit of breakfast, and we headed out for the road. It was about maybe like a 2-3 hour drive. I don't really know. I kind of lose track, even though I am the driver. I lose track of time when I'm in the van traveling, because I just kind of turn off my calibration for time, because if I try to keep track of time when I'm driving, it's almost like trying to watch water boil. Like, it's just way harder than it needs to be. Whereas if I just accept the fact and sort of succumb to the fact that I'm going to be behind the wheel for X amount of time until I arrive at my destination, and it doesn't have to be that big of a deal. It can just be driving. And when you're in the van, it's great because you got your kitchen back there, you got your bedroom back there, you got your living room. Everything is right there. Bathroom, not so much, but that's okay because I don't really pee that often. Pufa's done some emergency maneuvers back there, but again, different story for a different time. She wasn't doing any on our trip down. She was actually mostly in the back, and then Jay and I were up front, and he was kind of helping me navigate through. We had Brody sort of coming back and forth between the front and the back, checking on Puv, checking on us. He always likes to pace like that. And yeah, we drove, we got to the Wichita Mountains where Jay gave up his front seat and let Lisa have it. He's like, we drive into the reserve, and we're not very far in at all. And Jay goes, Lisa, come up here. You should sit up here. And Lisa is like wanting him to experience, because he's the first guy that's really come on a van trip with us. He's the first person that's hopped into the van and gone adventuring out with us. He brought his tent, so he wasn't really sleeping in the van with us, but he was the first person to come out. And so Lisa's wanting him to really get the full van experience, sitting up high and being able to see everything. He had seen it 4 or 5 times before, but now he gets to see it in a new way. But Jay was very quickly like, you know what? No, you got to come and see this, because you got some awesome wildlife that you can see. You got longhorns, you got elk, you got bison. And as soon as he said bison, I look out my left window, and there's a bison standing maybe 20 feet away from the van. And that's when I said, all right, get my camera out. We are now looking for James. We are now in it. I want to start recording. And so and then we just started. We started filming the bison. I was going, it said the speed limit was 45, 35 at night, which was an interesting distinction. They had that below it. I had never seen that before. And I was going about 25, just taking it all in. We got there on a Thursday. We had planned to get there on a Wednesday, but the roof kind of like set us back a little bit. No one was mad about it, but Jay's theory was, let's get in before the weekend, before everybody gets there, which was a great idea because nobody was behind me at all. I was able to just poke along at my own speed and just take it all in, and just take in not only the rolling plains and the awesome wildlife. It took us about 2 days to see elk, but the longhorn and the bison were bountiful, and it was insane. It was insane because I learned while I was there that there used to be hundreds of millions of bison all around the North American plains, and then the Americans basically came in and exterminated them all, in large part due to their meat and their fur for a profit, and we had them down to like a couple thousand, I think, and now they're back up into the millions. So the rehabilitation that we as humanity have been able to do with certain species, and the buffalo in particular, the bison, I don't know what they're specifically called, but you know what I'm talking about. These great, big, massive, bulky things with the tiniest butts and tails. tiny butt, tiny little tail, always going around trying to swat away the flies. But compared to their huge like Quasimodo structure they have going on more up front, it's amazing. They're immaculate creatures, and it was awesome to be able to not only see them but learn a little bit about them. We went during a rainy day. The second day we were there, we went to the visitor center while it was raining, and that was pretty cool because it was actually well developed, and there was a 15-minute movie that went every 15 minutes in this little theater, and we watched that. It kind of reiterated everything that I read around while we were waiting for the movie. But with the rehabilitation of the buffalo and reintroducing introducing the Texas Longhorn into the reserve and all of these awesome steps that they had taken from big species like that all the way down to these like black crested swallows. Oh man, I'm gonna start messing up the terminology, but these little tiny birds that are just like hummingbirds. It's cool to see. It's cool to see humanity come around a certain species and sect of land. Again, Woodrow Wilson, I want to say, before Teddy Roosevelt laid out some land and basically established where we were as a sort of sanctuary in a lot of ways, before we could just come in and bulldoze it all down, because not only were there's this wildlife and everything, but we also started to see these huge rock formations, and Jay was hesitant to call them mountains because we live in Colorado now, so we have a different impression of mountains, but to me they were just as much mountains as anything. They were just these huge rock formations and structures, and Mount Elk, is that, or Elk Mountain, I guess it would be called, not Mount Elk, but Elk Mountain being the biggest one. And the biggest one, I would say tallest, but also widest, because you think about a mountain, and a mountain kind of ends at a peak, whereas these were more flat at the top. So they were these huge rock structures that you could actually, once you got to the top, you could walk around on for probably days on Elk Mountain. Like Elk Mountain was enormous. It was by far the biggest one around, which naturally was after we went to our campsite and Jay set up his tent at this amazing little campsite we had. It was like $5 a night with his senior citizens discount or seniors explorers discount or whatever it was. But as soon as we set up camp there, Jay left his tent, and then we pulled the van out and we drove to the base of Elk Mountain, and that was our day one trek. So we drove there, set up camp, and then at around 3:00 in the afternoon, I think, was when we set sail for the top of Elk Mountain. And I think it was several hours into the journey before we reached the top, and maybe it was like an hour or so before we reached the top, but it was a several hour journey that was a testament to not only Jay's hiking speed and how much he loved to walk, but also a testament to my unshapely nature. Luckily, I'm nimble and frisky enough to just kind of push myself through those certain situations, but I could see where if I was carrying a little bit extra baggage around, it might be near impossible to do. And a lot of these trails, I say, were not trails. It was boulder hopping to the point where coming back down, because Brody was with us, and that was an amazing revelation and discovery and uncovery for us while we were there, was that, we were on these, like I said, not even trails, just boulder to boulder jumping, and Brody was with us right there. It's sometimes surpassing our abilities, and it was really cool, man. It was like having a little kid that's old enough to where he starts playing sports, and you're just like, holy cow, like this little human can actually do something crazy. Like, this is awesome. So it was a proud dog parent moment for me at that time. But during a couple times coming back down, because we kind of, there's barely one set trail. And so it's very easy to just kind of go off path and make your own trail up, because that's not very clearly indicated. And we ended up coming down a different way, a much less stable way. And there were some big boulders that we were actually like jumping between. And at one point, for a couple of them, I had to just pick Brody up, who is this 90-pound lab, and which he was already very like, he didn't wiggle when he was in my arms, but you could tell when I went to go pick him up, because why would I ever pick him up normally? Because he can just get around so easily anyways. He was like, he kind of looked at me like, okay, I don't know what the heck you're about to do, but I don't really want this to happen. Like, I'm not very comfortable with it. Like, I'm INDPNDNT, you know what I mean? So he's over there, and I just kind of grab him, and at the same time, like, I'm semi-sturdy, but I'm on a rounded boulder. Like, if he starts squiggling and moving, I'm either going to have to drop him and hope that he survives the fall, or I'm going to fall, and we're both going to, like, there were many times, I don't want to say many times because my mom might be listening to this or something, but there were a couple times, especially while I was carrying him, that where I was like, if I slip and I don't know where I'm going to grab, so I'm either going to have to quickly find somewhere to grab, or I'm just going to slip and fall a long ways, like into not the greatest, softest landing zone. But despite that, we were able to get through that. And Brody just hops out of anything. He was walking through, because there's like little streams and canals. He was walking through a stream, and there was some moss, and he didn't realize how slick it was, and he just immediately slides and hits his hip, and I'm just like, oh my god, it's got to be so painful. And he pops up right away, and he just keeps walking. But it's like those times are what is more troublesome for me, because I know each one of those falls that he has, just like each one of those falls that I have, doesn't allow us to keep doing what we love doing as long. Like, each one of those falls you have takes a couple hikes out of your repertoire in the future. So that was and that one time he slipped, and then there were like 2 other times where he was jumping from boulder to boulder, and when he landed, I don't know if it was because he was breathing out, but he gave kind of like a little grunt, like a little when he landed, kind of like, it was like a little uncomfortable, but I mean, we were making those noises too. Lisa just ended up calling it his battle cry. And he only did it a couple times, but that was the only time where I was like, am I being a bad dog parent right now? Like, I'm over here feeling proud of how well equipped he is and how excited and in his element he clearly was when he was out there. But at the same time, I'm like, am I pushing him too hard? I think what I end up coming back to is just, dogs are dogs, and if a dog was left to their own device, they would just want to keep exploring and keep being a dog until the day they died. So I think that's really like the philosophy that I take into raising Brody. And I haven't raised him his whole life. I've barely raised him for like a couple years of it, but it's been mostly Puf. But I think she kind of adopts that as well, especially in his younger years. She's taken him to a park pretty much every day, or for a walk every day of his life. So he's had a really good life, but also at the same time, he strives and lusts for moments like that. And, as I'm sitting here and he's underneath the desk, sitting in his huge beanbag royal bed, probably recuperating from a little bit of the soreness from all those trails, I know at the same time, he would go right now if I said, hey, let's go up Elk Mountain again. So he's just, he's a cool spirit to have tag along on the journey, because he does a lot, especially in those little times of tumult where you're just like, oh man, like, I'm really sore. Oh, I really didn't want it to go quite that way. And you look at Brody, and he's just got his tongue out, and he's panting, but his tail's going back and forth 100 miles per hour. And he's just so excited to just be out in it. And you're just like, yeah, that's exactly how it should be. That's exactly how I should be acting. And he's a cool recentering, and he does that for me, not even necessarily when I'm out on the trails, but all the time. And because when I'm out on the trails, I don't really get down ever. I love walking, and I love hiking, and I really love hiking hard treks that I'm not fully prepared for, and where I am huffing and puffing, because it is a sort of meditation for me, and it's a sort of endurance challenge, and it's a sort of testament to my own will, and a test of my own will. And it's something that when I do surmount, and when I do get through, and get through is maybe even the wrong way to approach it, because each step of the journey is just as important as the next. And I mean that metaphorically, I guess, but also like specifically to the climb of a mountain. Like, when you're going up a mountain, you cannot mess around, especially if you're on these trails, quote unquote trails that we're on. because you could slip if you don't look where you're going, and you could fall down the mountain. And all of this, again, could be taken as this overarching metaphor for life, but it can also be directly applied to the hike up the mountain. And another thing that's just as instrumental and just as revealing is the hike down the mountain, because the hike down the mountain, as you're coming down from something great, you still have to watch every step you take, because if you don't, you will fall farther and faster and harder, and you'll hurt yourself more than what the temporary pain is of going down the mountain. And you feel your muscles start to get weak. You feel those steps start to get heavier and heavier, like you're putting more and more of your weight into each of your steps, but you have to pull yourself back out of that, because you can't. All it takes is one little slip. Like, there were so many crazy structures and tight ledges and everything that we were maneuvering around as we were walking, and most of those I felt completely safe. Completely. Obviously, like, I could fall off there, but I'm okay right here. Like, it's wide enough for me to get through. It doesn't have to be scary, but when it is scary is most of the time when you're coming down the mountain, and when you're a little tired, and when you're coming at things from a different perspective, from the top down instead of the bottom up. And all it takes is a seemingly innocuous little pathway with a little bit of gravel and a little bit of a slant downwards, and you slip and you fall, and you could hurt yourself or you could kill yourself. And that's it sounds like maybe a warning, or like a sign of danger, or like, maybe something that would prevent you from doing it. But really, for me, it's something that keeps me coming back to it, and makes me embrace that sweat and that heat and that ache, because I know that what I'm doing is hard, and in the pursuit of something hard, I'm making myself a better person because of it. So Elk Mountain, it was the biggest freaking mountain, and we climbed it the first day. On my way back down, I didn't know it was the biggest. I didn't know, it was like, and Jay said, on a scale of 1 to 10, out of all the hikes there, it was probably like an 8 or a 9. So it's not the craziest hike that they have, but it was a big hike. And, we spent a lot of time we didn't just hike up and hike back down. Like I said, it's so wide up there. We hiked up, and then we were like, oh, it was, the sun was beating down on us as we were coming up the mountain, and we were on the opposite side of the wind, so all the wind was being blocked by this huge formation of rocks. And as soon as we got up there, it was just breezy and great. We had I had a celebratory sandwich. I cooked some paninis for us before we headed up there on our Coleman in the van, and we brought some up. I had some water. Couldn't get enough water. I was really dehydrated that day. Barely drank any water during our walks on the second day, but I really wish we would have brought like 3 or 4 bottles up there. That was probably the one thing that compelled me to go back down quicker, was I need to get back to some water, because we've been up here for a few hours, and I was dehydrated coming into this, so I got to watch that. But it was great. It was beautiful. It was breezy. The weather was perfect the entire time we were there in Oklahoma, from when we were at Jay's to when we were in the Wichita Mountains to when we came back to Jay's for a little bit before we headed out. I couldn't ask for better weather. Like I said, there was some rain, but it wasn't anything crazy, and it wasn't anything that was impeding our momentum in the traveling or in the repairs of the van. Hardly at all. And so actually we ended up coming down from Elk Mountain and ending our first day. We had a nice little campfire. It is actually a bit of a odd campfire to start with, because I was actually in the van. We had just cooked dinner, and Pufin and her uncle were out there just kind of talking, and I was in the van just writing some things down. I have a book, like journal or whatever you want to call it. I don't have a set thing that I write in there, but anytime I have some sort of personal revelation or thought or idea or something that's come to me, and it doesn't surprise me that it was after a long meditative hike up and down the mountain, because that is sometimes these revelatory sort of ideas can come to you during that time more than any other time, because you're really just you're forcing your brain to purely focus on what you're doing in the physical task at hand, that you actually give your mind a rest from thinking about everything else, so that when you come back to that calmness of I don't know if I want to call it calmness. It's more calm when you're in the craziness of hiking, but when you come to that more broad perspective of the world as not only you in the moment hiking up the mountain fighting for your life, but also you as a person in society, in your culture, amongst humanity, then you can kind of, it's almost like your brain's gotten to sleep a little bit. Because I don't think your brain, not your brain, but especially not my brain, I don't think it does too much resting at night. Like, I think it does some kinds of resting, but I think that kind of resting where you just completely do not think about anything but what's happening at the forefront of your mind, which is real meditation. And it's funny because I've talked to a lot of people, and as meditation has become more and more of a thing, people have tried to adopt it and maybe without fully realizing what it is. And I've come to find that some people think that, and I don't want to label and judge and define meditation for you, especially if it's working for you and you see it having positive benefits in your life, then and you're using it the way I'm about to describe, then pay no attention to me. Like, what the heck do I know? But this is my observation, that I've seen and talked with people that their version of meditation is trying not to think about anything. And I would look at that and say, my version of meditation is not trying to not think about anything and not trying to think about anything either. But that doesn't mean I'm trying to have a mind devoid of thoughts. I'm just trying to not control the thoughts that I am putting into my mind and taking out of my mind. I'm trying to sit there with as a conductor for the thoughts that are coming across my mind, and whatever happens to pass through, no matter how silly or how serious or how traumatic or how delightful, I need to sit there with those thoughts or walk along the mountain with those thoughts and actually listen to what they're really trying to say. Because some things, when you're caught up in the momentum of life, they can just be, you have so many thoughts that are constantly rambling through your head that you don't ever get a chance. It's like trying to teach a class of 100 kids and satiate all of their curious needs at once. You don't ever have the chance to sit down one-on-one with this particular thought or this particular child in your class that's maybe actually causing a lot of disruption, that you could, if you just sat there and listened and paid attention to the wants and needs of that thought or that child, that you could actually end up fixing a lot of other things in the process. That to me is meditation. And so sometimes while I'm meditating on the mountain, something will reveal itself to me, maybe during the breaks of doing the meditation or while I'm meditating, just thinking about something in a new way. It can happen. So I was there and I was writing these things down, and I overheard Jay and Lisa, and they were kind of talking by the campfire, or they were talking by the Coleman where we had cooked our dinner. We didn't cook it over a campfire, but Jay was like, "Oh man," when he went and walked to the bathroom, which was like not that far away. We actually had a nice bathroom and showers. We found the perfect camp spot. I'm not going to tell you the number because if I go there again, I'm definitely going to grab it, but it rhymes with sturdy one. I would go there if I were you. It's got a great spot. There's actually a few spots right there. And I don't know a specific. Oh, Camp Doris. That's what it was. Camp Doris, spot 31. That's where we were. And he went back to the restroom, and on his way back from the restroom, he found like a little pile of like just a little bit of half-used camp wood from another campfire. And it hadn't rained down there yet at that point, so we were just like, oh, cool, we'll just grab some of this campfire and we'll see. Well, Jay did that, and then him and Lisa were trying to concoct this fire. Meanwhile, I'm just in there writing for who knows how long. I don't know how long they were trying to get this fire going, but I do know that once they did get it going, it was like, very quickly a tiny little flame and then sort of smoldering as nightfall really hit. And so it was kind of funny because we like as nightfall really hit and we needed the fire, it wasn't there. But then it was just embers, you guys. It was just embers for like 5 minutes. It was really hot coals. You could tell like the coals were orange red hot. But after like 4 or 5 minutes, all of a sudden a flame just and it just popped up, and it was like a white kind of glowy flame. It was like a lot brighter than I was expecting, and I couldn't actually see the flame. I could just see the light that it was producing, and the way that it was casting like this weird shadow up into the like sky, like the dusty kind of, I don't know what was going on in the sky, smoky a little bit, but it looked like it was some sort of portal. And I kept joking that like we had summoned a demon and that was a portal to hell, and now that we had opened the portal to hell, we were screwed, kind of. Basically was my whole premise of the joke once that happened. And then out of that a big flame came, and then I'm not kidding you, we had a fire for like 2 hours. It just kept burning, and then it would burn those logs, and they would kind of fold in the middle, and I would pick up the ends and fold them back in onto the fire, and we burnt those logs as efficiently as we could with the most generous fire that I've ever seen. It came back to life like 2 or 3 times. From the brink, we brought it back by doing absolutely nothing, just sitting there and talking. But it, it's always cool, having a campfire meal and sharing those campfire stories. And Pew ended up going to bed, and I ended up just kind of sitting there and talking to Jay and just finding out even more of kind of what I already knew as far as the kind of guy he was, but finding out more about, who he was and where he came from and what his parents were like and all of that. 'Cause I think that's interesting. I'm a man of that likes his stories, and so anytime I can hear someone's story, which, speaking of which, I think Jay's story is a story that needs to be told a little bit more thoroughly and a little bit more with a little bit more respect than what I'm giving it, just kind of rambling on this podcast. So I have some ideas of potentially making some sort of a documentary about Jay and who Jay is and the kind of people that are out there that are like Jay, because I think, again, just to reiterate, I think the world could use some more Jays in it. Anyways, that was day 1 in the Wichita Mountains. And night 1, we spent 2 nights and 3 days there. We left it open-ended as far as how long we wanted to stay, but with as much hiking as we did, and you can camp for so long before you start to feel just a little grimy and a little sore and a little ready to go home. None of us were at the brink of like getting angry at each other or tearing each other's throats out or anything like that. It was more like a mutual decision after the end of the second day that maybe we should sort of plan on heading out tomorrow morning. But the second day, as far as how it started, was pretty awesome. It was a pretty great start to the day. We woke up, and of course I'm always the last one up, and I wake up and Puf and Jay tells me about this Greasy Spoon place. He said, I got a Greasy Spoon place nearby right outside the reserve here, and we can go and get some breakfast. And so I was like, okay, cool. Yeah. Greasy Spoon. Sure. It doesn't bother me. And so we go drive to the place. And as we're driving out, in between the reserve and the sort of interstate where this Greasy Spoon is, or the highway intersection, it's not much of a developed anything. It's just this building, the trading post, and that's about it. As we're on our way there, in between, there is a fort something or another, some sort of army base, and there's a road that goes through it, but there's fences on either side, and on these fences there's a sign that says, beware, danger, overhead artillery, because about 4 or 5 miles out in the other direction, a bit to the east, they're doing some firearms testing where they're launching who knows what to try and have pinpoint accuracy up to, X amount of miles. And, just so you know, you're driving through that. So, you might want to watch out. It literally said something like, watch out. Like you would be able to identify a piece of aerial artillery moments before it happened and actually be able to do something about it. I don't know. It was a little uneasy as we were driving through. I was like, are they just taking advantage of the fact that like not many people come out here and not many people really pay attention to these signs and read them? Like, what happens if they do hit our van with some sort of shell? Is it just like, oh, we warned you, so we don't have to fix your van? Jay kind of joked that we should paint a big red target on the side, since it's, just this big white slab. It could be a funny moving target, and maybe we could get a nice settlement out of it. But anyways, we never got blown up. Clearly, as we were driving across the plains to try and get to the trading post. This trading post is actually infamous, as well as the guy who runs it, completely by himself. He's an older man with literally maybe 3 or 4 words in his arsenal as far as what he's willing to give you as he's dealing with you as a customer. But at the same time, like, he's a man of little to no words. That's one of the things. Oh, thank you. All right. Anything else? Just that. Just kind of muttering around, comes and takes your order, brings you glasses of water, and then goes back into the kitchen, cooks it up. We walk into this place, and not only is the front door taped because there's just a hole, so it has like black duct tape over it, but then it leads into like a little lobby area where you can go to a gift shop to the left that's always locked, and Jay said the past 2 years has just smelled like pee, so he thinks maybe he had a dog die in there and doesn't know about it yet. Or you can go to the right, which is the breakfast place, which also has a tape crack on the door, and you go in. The smell, I'm not even going to try to explain the smell to you guys. He has a couple fans going, but it's clearly not doing anything for the old must of the aroma of that place. Is just like, apparently his mom owned it, and then he sort of inherited it when she died, and he's getting up there too, and he's just trying to keep it going. We went in there was nobody else in there. It was just us and him, and no hello, no anything. We just kind of went, and I followed Jay. He just sat down in a booth, and then he came over with some half laminated menus and a couple glasses of water. He took our order. I got 2 pancakes with a side of bacon and a side of hash browns, and they were delicious. I would say the hash browns were a bit flat, and they had a lot of black spots in them, kind of like, I don't know what condition the potatoes were in. I didn't get the hash browns the second day. Also, the smell wasn't as bad the second day, but we ended up going back the last morning we were there too, just because, you couldn't help but see something endearing with this guy, like something about him, something about the way it's almost like what I felt in Jay. It was like, regardless of the circumstance, at least he's out there doing it. Like, he could just be like, screw this, I'm done. Like, I'm going to sell this, I'm going to move on and whatever. But he's just kind of, there's just this, I don't know if I want to call it a stubbornness, but there's just this deep set discipline that you can tell, like, these are ancestors of people that came not only from colonials of America, but also were those crazy bastards who were like, I'm going to go out west to more unexplored territory. It was interesting, on the way down to the Wichita Mountains, I was talking to Jay, and I was like, he had this like thing in his bathroom, something about like the Oklahoma Sooners. And I was like, Sooners? That's such a weird name, like a mascot. I don't even know what a Sooner is, Jay. Like, what's an Oklahoma Sooner? And he's like, a Sooner is just us. He's like, Sooners are us. And I was like, what do you mean they're just us? He's like, well, when the government was getting ready to, open up the West to stake claim, so anybody could go stake claim for free, you just had to go, and they were going to have a day, and then they had the day, and then everyone went out, and they staked their land, and then whatever you staked, that was yours. That was your land. You owned it. You took care of it, and it was your rightful land, just for free, just for going out there and being out there while it was still fresh. And so he said the Oklahoma Sooners, they were the people who, the night before they told everybody, okay, you can go stake your land, they snuck out into the prairie and they scouted out their spots, and then that morning, once the morning hit, they staked it, and they were there. And so basically, if you were there sooner than the other person, you were in Oklahoma, because that's kind of, I feel like that was a pretty popular strategy, as you could probably extrapolate as to how that could happen easily in even a time like today, if they opened up like, oh, we found this new chunk of land out in the middle of the Atlantic and we own it, and we're just going to have anybody who wants. I can't even imagine the chaos that would actually happen nowadays, but so that was probably a mild version of what we would experience today. But so yeah, that's how Oklahoma Sooners became the Oklahoma Sooners. So apparently the football team, they're just like, there's some cherry picking, cheating little rascals or something. I don't know. It's a funny mascot, nonetheless. But yeah, that was it just kind of goes to show the sort of mindset that these people that are several generations down, but still have from their parents and their grandparents, this sort of, like, we got to stick through it. It's a little tough out here, and it's not as easy as, everybody in the Hollywood Hills has it, but we are still good, honest, worthwhile people that can still make something. And I hope, I hope that continues. Like, I hope that isn't just a culture that just comes and goes and dies off with the prairie. And as we enter into the age of automation, I don't know. It's something that, I just don't know. I just don't know where it's going to go. And I hope the best for people like that. But I can honestly say that the gentleman at the trading post, I never got your name, sir. But there is a YouTube video out there where they do like an interview, because apparently there was like a big amusement park and everything behind that he and his mom used to run. But I hope you keep getting enough business to keep you afloat, and I hope you're enjoying it, and I hope you're making the best of it. He was kind of feeling under the weather, I found. The second day, there were a couple other people that came in that you could tell were a bit more regular, a couple older ladies, and they were talking to him, and he's like, yeah, I'm not sick, but I'm not feeling well. And I'm just like, are you saying that? Like, are you making that distinction because you're making our food and you don't like want us to freak out about that? Either way, I got my 2 pancakes and bacon the next day too. No hash browns, but I did get the bacon. Anyways, our first day, let's rewind back to day 2 in the Wichita Mountains. Our first day going to the trading post for breakfast. We went there and we were ready to embrace the rain. The second day was the day that we were really ready to embrace the rain. It actually started raining as we were out along the trading post, and we went out. We went to, I think, down to the dollar store to get some camping necessities, and then we came back, and it was raining. It was it was a rainy day. It was storm season. Val and Amy were probably out somewhere in their van talking to David Payne. But we had no access to Channel 9, unfortunately. So I cannot give you the update from that particular day, but it was quite a bit of rain, just consistent rain, a little bit of thunder. We ended up pulling out the awning for the van once we got back to camp. And so that was cool. We got to use that. And Jay finished zipping up his windows to his tent when we got back so that no more rain would get in. So that was good too. And then we just kind of hung out in the rain for a little bit. And we were planning to kind of do that pretty much all day. We ended up watching some of the footage from what I had shot thus far in our journey into the Wichita Mountains. And after that was done, the rain was pretty much done. So that was actually pretty fortunate for us. We were able to spend the afternoon kind of out exploring the reserve, where most people, I don't know if it's because they were hesitant because of the rain or whatever, we hardly saw anybody out. So once the rain stopped, we quickly brought up the awning. Jay checked the radar and saw we had about a few hours of no rain. And so there was just this little gap where, it was an opportunity to seize. And because we had Jay there, and because he was so well versed in the structure of the land, and he had been there and been down those trails and been to all these different lakes and whatever, he was actually really excited for the opportunity himself, because he had never been there during rainy season. So he had never gotten to see some of these streams more full and some potential waterfalls that might not happen otherwise. So he was really ready and invigorated and encouraged me just in his spirit to go and seize this opportunity of having a few hours to go out and see these spots. And so he took us back to this crazy spot. It's just another opportunity that like we wouldn't have had without Jay. Like we would have seen so much less if we wouldn't have had him with us, because he knew exactly where to go. And we come down to the end of this road and there's a little trailhead, and he's like, no, don't go here. It's right over here to the right, about 150 feet off unmarked trails, and then it leads to another trail that goes back to it was amazing. There was like, we walked back to this like back down into this little culvert, and it was, you know, covered with trees and everything. And then all of a sudden there was this opening with this little body of water that was, you know, you could hear rushing water behind it, and it was probably a lot bigger than it normally was. Brody immediately jumps in and starts swimming around, and then we look, and then I look up a little bit and I see a waterfall up off into the distance, and I actually managed to sort of crawl back into the area with my camera. Brody couldn't quite make it because there was a little bit of a crevice that was harder for him to get across, but I just crawled back there, and I was like almost fully encompassed in this rock structure, and then there was just this magnificent waterfall. It's nothing like, you know, what do you call it, Niagara worthy or anything, but it was like something about the sound of water just rushing is and being able to see and smell all the fresh air is just really peaceful and really soothing. And so I spent a good amount of time just kind of up there, just sort of filming the waterfall and just kind of sitting there and soaking it in. One of the constant battles that I'm running into with this Looking for James stuff is I want to film everything and I want to bring you guys along for the journey as much as I possibly can. But I also want to maintain the balance of not detracting from the overall experience of the trip, because sometimes I can get so consumed with wanting to share that I almost don't even get my own experience. And so if I don't have the experience myself, I've found it can be actually even harder to share because I'm not even sure what I'm sharing. I just immediately enter a situation. I'm like, oh, there's excitement going on. Let me get out my camera, instead of just being like, wow, look at that. Look at where we're at. This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing. And so there's a middle ground that I have to find there, especially if I want to continue to pursue this path into Looking for James and into this sort of lifestyle business, this self-sustaining lifestyle business that I'm trying to do. I think not only do I want to, but I think it's important for me to continue to kind of bring you along for these journeys. But at the same time, you know, while I'm in there underneath that waterfall, I did shut off the camera and I was like, you know what? I just got to sit here for a second because this is amazing. And like, I don't know if I'll ever be back here again. I ended up coming back out eventually, and Jay and Lisa and I, and Brody, we hiked over to another little area that Jay called the Cauldron. He brought his sister out there and she called it the Cauldron because it was just this big pool of water. And at that point it had started to sprinkle a little bit. Nothing crazy. I didn't feel in danger of being downpoured on or anything, but with the camera, I was just kind of like being very cognizant about having it covered up because, you know, it's a big DSLR camera. It's not really waterproof, as we found with the hard drive blues and the chaos that ensued in the New Hampshire debacle. And I shouldn't call it a New Hampshire debacle because it was really a blessing in a lot of ways, but it was not a blessing for the durability and the quality of our camera. Got a little water damage, so just trying to prevent that obviously going forward. But I mean, it was amazing. It was amazing to see these two pieces of land that we would have maybe seen at some point during our travels through Wichita Mountains, but most likely never right after a rainfall when you have all of that rushing water that's on the ground trying to move downstream. And so it was really cool. We actually we ended up going to another one after that. It was like we went to those, and then he's like, all right, you guys, there's one more area that I can take you to that actually might even be crazier than this because it's more open and there's more water to be able to produce a waterfall. And so obviously we were like, okay, yes, let us do that. And so we start walking, we come back out of that trail and we drive to another trailhead, and we start walking on that trail. Again, we're the only people in the parking lot, so I know we have it all to ourselves, which the whole time we really had it all to ourselves, except for the very last day as we were leaving. There was just this mass of people coming into the park, like motorcycle gangs and RVs and just this, that, and the other. So it actually probably worked out that we stayed just as long as we did. If we would have stayed any longer, we probably wouldn't have had as enriching of experiences, because you have a lot of different things sort of taking you out of the moment. And that's something that I'm trying to work on myself. I think that that's another good object of meditation is again, to be there with what is there at that time. And whether that's, construction or whether that's birds chirping, it's really, I think that's the kind of the testament that these monks and great spiritual conduits are trying to showcase when you have that infamous Rage Against the Machine poster where the monk is just set on fire. I mean, that's not where it's from, but that's where I first was exposed to it. But where he just sets himself on fire in the middle of town square, and he's completely like motionless and calm, and like just. That's obviously I have to say, like, maybe the penultimate experience of something like that, aside from like a vast array of other similar things. But being able to do that is way harder than just being able to have an enjoyable park experience with a couple rowdy kids right behind you the whole time, or something like that, so that's something that I want to condition myself away from and get better at as a person over time. But it was just a luxury and a relief to not have to worry about it as we were out on the trail. So we parked the van and we started walking along, and as I said, this trail was more open, more on the top of things, and you could see Elk Mountain in the distance, and you could actually see Elk Mountain and the storm that was like lingering over it, slowly just moving towards us. And this is while we are on our way to see, maybe a waterfall. And so we're on our way, and we're not even on our way back to the van, and we already see this storm that's kind of just creeping up behind us the whole way. So Pugh's like, all right, we got to hurry up and do this. I do not want to get wet, and I can't blame her. But at the same time, I was like, again, the same sort of philosophy that I brought to the last place with the waterfall was, I may not ever be here again. And so I want to make sure I really do experience this. And we went and we saw this first a waterfall. It was incredible, and Jay didn't even know that it was going to be there, because he said, all the other times he had been there, there hadn't been a waterfall. It just been a little slow stream of water going over this massive drop, and that he could walk across it, he said. Whereas now, if you tried to walk across it, you would just get blown off the edge into oblivion. And so it was amazing to not only see it at its current state, but hear the perspective of what it was like outside of this massive amount of rainfall that we just had. But that wasn't even the big one. We kept going and we kept pushing, and you could hear the sort of thunder rumbling behind us, and it was a very suspenseful hike, and it made it exhilarating and it made it exciting. But it only because there was that constant sense of potential danger, and not like life-threatening danger, but none of us wanted to get wet. I did not have my raincoat on or anything to put over my camera, so when it was going to start raining, my strategy is let me take my only sweatshirt that I have off and cover up my camera and hope my sweatshirt doesn't get too soaked, and kind of hunch over my camera and just at all costs protect my camera from water. But I didn't want my camera to get wet either. But at the same time, and I got too distracted, like filming little streams and stuff. Like I got very into like everything, because everything was so beautiful and so natural, and I probably screwed up so many environments like microbiomes and stuff by trudging through stuff ignorantly, and I apologize. I really tried to keep on the rocks, but all of that fungus and algae and lichen, lichen is a fungi and algae combined. It's like a amazing combination. It's a crazy, I don't even know what to call it. It's a crazy biological structure that has been developed, and I meanwhile I'm just like trudging through, probably stomping on all of it. I ended up losing my friends halfway through, and I had to like kind of run to catch up to them, because they eventually, I told them, I was like, I just meander, I film as I go, just pay no attention to me. Pew already kind of knew that, but Jay slowly learned, and then they were just trying to get there, partially not to get wet so quick, but also just because they knew to kind of let me go. And so I was like running at one point, and I hear Pew, and I look over, and she's just laughing because she sees me running in the background, but they're like at the big waterfall. And so I go over there and I see it, and Pew's kind of up a little bit with Brody, but Jay's like going down basically into the waterfall, and then Brody starts following behind him, and it was awesome. It was such a rush and overstimulation of my senses, because not only did you have all of the noise and all of the view and the smell and the feeling and the wind and everything from the waterfall, but then you had over to your right, off in the distance, over by Elk Mountain, you had this massive storm approaching, and that was giving you all these different waves and sounds. And then you had everybody that you were with, that you were concerned about their safety, because you were on this sort of like crux of the hike here, where it's like, okay, if anything's going to go wrong, it's probably going to go wrong here, right? Because it's very dangerous. Not to say that something will go wrong, but it's another sort of perspective enhancement to bring you back into that moment of, you are hiking up and down the mountain, you need to pay attention or you could fall and die. And so all of these things are rushing into me, and I'm like, man, I really want to get down there, but I don't want to get rained on. And then I see Jay go down there, and Pugh's like, man, as soon as he gets back, we're going to have to book it back to the van. And I'm just like, oh, no. I'm like, not before I go down there. And she's like, what? She's like, right now, go down there? And I was like, yes, I'm going down there. I need to go down there and experience it. And so I get down there. Brody kind of follows me a little bit, but I end up telling him to go back. And I stand on this rock and right underneath all this rushing water, and it's going right out in front of me too. And it's just, it was amazing. I could have stayed there for hours, but I probably stayed there for a matter of a few minutes. Got a shot there as well. Just got I took a shot of whiskey, and then I was ready to go. No, I got a couple good moments capturing the waterfall, but it's so hard to capture something that massive, even if you have all the time in the day, let alone 3 minutes to just get in there. I basically was working on borrowed time at that point. I knew I was holding up the pack to get back to the van before we got drenched. So I got my shots, and I went back up, and we all sort of regrouped, and then we're like, all right, let's go. And I'm still trying to film, like, all right, we're storm chasing. I'm channeling my inner Val and Amy Castor. And Pew looks back at me, and she's like, give me the keys. She's like, you're over here laughing and stuff. I need to get to this van and stay dry. So she kind of like starts setting the pace, and we end up kind of falling behind her. So we all make it back in a good amount of time. But as we're walking, you can just see the storm coming for us. And I don't know how, but this storm ends up just skirting right beside us for the moment. As soon as we get back into the van, Pew went to go pee outside by a tree, and Jay and I are standing there. And as we're standing next to the van, getting ready to go back to camp, we start to feel it rain again. And then Pew gets back in the van, and it just starts raining and raining and raining. And as we're driving back in our van, in the rain, to our campsite, I feel water drips on my hands. And we'll pick up the story in the next Brain Dump. No, I'm just kidding. I know we've been going for a really long time, but you're just as surprised as I am right now, because I thought I was out of the woods with the drips. I thought we were leak-proof in the van, and then I actually remembered that where our windshield was put in, it had dripped before, just right where the crack is in the windshield. And I had tried to, again, put silicone up there and ameliorate the situation, which had worked actually until I guess it just decided, you know what, you're so happy, you're too happy right now. We're going to bring you back down on this ebb and flow roller coaster. And so you're going to have a little leak here. And so I was like, oh my God. The one thing, I was happy that it wasn't a leak that we tried to fix. I was happy that our leaks that were leaking before were no longer leaking, as far as I could see, at least. It would be a little easier to tell with our new roof that we put up, our new paneling up top, if we were experiencing a leak. And we had got a lot of rain, way more than the water hose test. And I think that's why we didn't see this leak before, because the garden hose test is not, it just kind of gives you a rough idea of if you're really leaking or not. And so it did work for that. It did work for identifying our leak there, but it's just leaking down our front. And I'm just like, oh my goodness, what a test of patience here. And Jay quickly goes, I just kind of had a towel over while I drove because it was kind of leaking a little bit more than it even normally did. Go figure. And he's like, that's all right. We'll put some urethane on it when we get back home, and we'll clean it all up and it'll be fine. And I believed him, and he actually did. He put it on when we got back, and we went, like I said, we went through a storm chaser worthy storm on our way back from Oklahoma, and no leaks, fully leak proof. He believe it or not, the end of this story, I can tell you, Jay ends up getting the van leak proof. So there is that silver lining, but we still have a bit more of the journey to go through. So if you want to take a break, I'm going to take a little bit sip of my water here. I would take Brody out for a pee, but I think he can hold it just a bit longer. I'll try to wrap up our last day of I almost said of Elk Mountain, but of the Wichita Mountains, and then our trek back. So day 3, we go back to the trading post. Also, this journey, I just want to make a quick aside here. This whole experience, it's pretty fresh in my mind, which is why I'm trying to recount it now, before I get back into like streaming or get back into we even watched Game of Thrones last night, and I was like, man, I really wanted to watch that because I wanted to get caught up, but I shouldn't have watched that because now I have all of these scenarios playing on in my head, and I want to make sure I get all of this out in my brain dump while it's still fresh in my mind, especially after last episode where we don't know how much memory I even retain anymore. So I'm bound to miss things. I'm bound to skip over things and gloss over things. So if I do, in the midst of my rambling, gloss over anything or not expound on a certain subject or moment as much as you would like, please feel free, come by the stream, let me know that you're interested in the Looking for James journey, and let me know specifically what you want to know, and I will do my best to recall and recount and relive it for you and with you. So I do encourage that, but again, I can't sit here and constantly comb over every little detail to try and get everything in, because I'm not like writing this down, so it's just kind of off the top of the dome, as Kid Laser would say. So that's what we're doing here, and so anyways, let's get into day 3. So we go before we go to the trading post, before we go back and meet our lovely, lively host with the most. I woke up. I should add a little note that on night 2 we had some of Jay's beans, his famous beans, which are beans and weenies, and also jalapeno, without taking the ribs out, as he likes to say, or all the seeds and the spicy parts. And he also put, what was it called, rotella, I think. Rotella, which is some sort of spicy sauce mixture. And then, since I knew he liked spice so much, I was like, Jay, you got to get some of these red pepper flakes. And I added some red pepper flakes into, which he actually ended up getting some before we left. And so we made it even hotter. So this stuff was hot. And I grew up hating hot stuff. I actually have more of a tolerance for it now, and I can actually enjoy it. But if things were spicy at all, it would just ruin the meal for me, because I would be constantly focused on fanning my mouth and blotching my tongue instead of actually enjoying my meal. So although this I don't know, beans and weenies, this stew, chili stuff was hot, it was bearable for me at the moment until I woke up in the morning and thought I was going to explode from my bottom. And so I just booked it for the bathroom. Again, luckily we were by some very nice bathrooms as far as camping goes. But as soon as I got in there, I realized someone was showering in there too. And I just started dumping. Oh my God. As soon as I opened the valve, the smell that I got, I mean, without going too outdoor poo with it, it was just tremendous. And then this guy's in here, and I don't know if he's coughing because of my poop smell, but I'm pretty sure he's coughing because of my poop smell. But anyways, I get out, I finish it up, and he's just the nicest guy ever. He's talking to me. He's asking me where I'm from. He's like, well, welcome to the sunny state of Oklahoma. I was like, dang, thanks, man. And it again, just like another iteration, a slight interaction, brief interaction, but more of an interaction than he needed to have and needed to put out. And it was cool. And as I'm walking back from the bathroom, I have a white truck pulls up along the path. And he's coming in front of me and kind of stops as I'm coming in front of him, and I realize it's a Ranger truck, and then I get to meet another awesome person. This guy, full white beard or whiskers as he called him, because he said he came up to me. He's like, "Do I know you?" I was like, no. I'm like half awake, totally gnarly, just like my hair's in who knows what direction. And he's like, oh, I just, the long hair and the whiskers. I figured I'd seen you around here before. And I was like, I can assure you, this is unless you saw me yesterday morning just randomly, this is my first time in the Wichitas. And he's like, well, that's cool. And he's like, so what are you doing? Obviously we start talking, and just the friendliest guy. He ends up turning off his truck, putting it in park, and we just talk. And he talks about, how long he's been working here and the people that he's met. And then he pulls out this map, like this trail map that I feel is like his own personal map. And he's like, he's trying to tell me, because he's like, you remind me a lot of myself when I was out here. And he's like, you like to hike, don't you? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, well, I'm going to tell you about it. I'm going to tell you about a hike that you can do that's not on the map. There's no trails for it, and you're going to have to do a little boondocking, which is, I learned just hiking out off the trail. Jay kind of taught us that when we first got there. He's like, we're doing a lot of boondocking. I always thought it was like something to do with boats and like tying together boats, like boondocking. So he'd be like, yeah, we were on this trail and then there was a crowd, so we went boondocking to try and circumvent the crowd. And I was like, what? He just like got on a boat somewhere? But basically it's just it's trekking off trail. And so he's like, he's given me the ultimate boondocking trail. And he's writing it down with his Sharpie on his map, on his personal map. And then he's rambling 100 times more than me about every little in and out, and I'm already horrible with directions, and he's making little dashes with the marker and little stars and little asterisks here and there, and I'm just like, after like 4 or 5, I was like, it's almost like trying to remember a phone number. It's like, wait, what were the first 3 digits again? It's like, I don't remember anything. I remember something, going along basically the border of the reserve, right by the fence. Not right by the fence, he says, just a little bit away. And you can go up, and he was telling me, he pointed this out in another trail, because I was telling him we're trying to take advantage of the rainfall. And the other trail that he pointed out was actually the trail that we almost got rained on the day before. I didn't know that just by looking at the map, but once I showed it to Jay, because he gave me this map that was like, at this point, it was a treasure map. It was 100% a treasure map. His name was Randy, by the way. Although, he says, what's your name? I was like, my name's Andre. And he's like, that's a good name. You look like you should be an Andre. That's a great name for you. And I'm like, well, thanks. And I was like, well, what's your name? He's like, Randy. I was like, oh, really? He's like, yeah, but I don't like Randy. He's like, I never felt like it was a name that really suited me. He's like, if I think one of these days I'd really like to get my name changed. And I was like, wow, okay, cool. Well, what do you want to get your name changed to, Randy? And he's like, Slod. He's like, I really think I'm a slod. And that's how he said it. I would imagine it would be spelled Slaud with possibly a silent E, but I'm not gonna say that he would be the kind of man to put any silent letters in his name. but that was the name that he would choose, Slod. I thought it was incredible. Shortly thereafter, he started his truck back up and puttered down the hill. He's like, maybe I'll see you around. I was like, you know what, Slod, maybe I will see you around. And maybe I will see him the next time I go down to the Wichita Mountains. But so after I had Slod's treasure map in hand, I went back to camp and showed Jay and Lisa. And Jay was pretty excited, again, because it's like something new that he can experience here that he didn't really know about before, that he can show his brother next time his brother comes down, because his brother really loves to come and find new spots and really loves to know where he's at. So this was Jay's chance to maybe get the one up on him there. So we're entertaining the idea of going on this boondocking trail, and Jay's so eager. He's like, all right, you guys want to just go, and then we'll hike, and then after the hike we'll grab some food on our way out. And Puf, being the absolute animal that she is, I love it actually, because she never makes me shy about how much I eat, because it's just like, if you're hungry, chances are Puf is also hungry. So she was like looking at me, and I could tell exactly what she was thinking. She's like, maybe we get some breakfast before we do the hike, which was a great idea. We all would have been exhausted and cranky. We were already very sore at this point from doing 2 days of pretty intense hiking. So that's when we went back to the trading post, and I said, give me another round, hold the hash browns, and then we headed back. We headed back to the reserve, back across the artillery firing range, the danger zone. We were really on the highway to the danger zone, but we were just going to get to the very edge of the reserve where this trail started and where our adventure would truly begin for the day. Although, when I was driving there, as I was exiting the trading post and we were going along that highway to the danger zone, I noticed that my car was signaling a little bit of a danger. The van actually had the coolant light come on, which it's just like a little red light that comes up on your dashboard, which had happened before when we had our radiator issue, when we had like a busted radiator, and we had to I didn't know it was a busted radiator at the time. I just it said low coolant, and that's basically what that light means. So I went and bought some coolant and poured it in, and this is when we were I think maybe like up in Maine or something like that. I can't remember, but it was a while ago, less than a year ago, but a while ago. And so as soon as that light came on, I immediately had PTSD, and I'm like, oh crap, our radiator is breaking or something. And then immediately, as quickly as I slumped down into the negativity, I pulled myself up and tried to maintain positivity. And I was like, you know what? Actually, it could just be a little coolant. It's fine. I didn't even mention it really to anybody. I was just like, it's fine. It's a little coolant. I'll just add a little coolant. I actually had a little coolant there. And, but then as we were driving and as we were getting closer to the reserve, I figured, having a mechanic sitting right next to me, I should probably just mention it. And just so he can sort of set me at ease. And he kind of did. He was like, I'll pop the hood once we get to the area and give it a look. And so we got to the quote unquote trailhead. There were 2 other cars that were parked there, but it was just a little pull off. Like, it was just a little rounded edge of the berm where you could barely fit 2 cars in a van. And I pulled into there, and I was like, I think this is where we start. Like, I think this is where we do it. So as I'm getting out and as we're all getting ready to go, and Lisa's kind of getting the leash because she's like, I mean, are there going to be more people on this trail? Spoiler alert, we saw nobody. I don't know who those other 2 cars were or who they belonged to, but they must have gone somewhere entirely different. But it was cool. The park kind of incentivized, just free exploring, which is really nice, instead of having just set paved trails that you can't go off of. But anyways, we get out, and Jay's kind of looking under the hood, and he says, everything seems fine. You're probably just low on a little coolant. You don't want to put it in when it's too hot, so we'll do it when we get back from our hike, and we'll just go from there. And so I was like, all right, cool, good enough. We don't need any more van issues at this point. So I was good to leave it at that. And then we start blazing our own trail. We kind of go through this little grassy wooded area for a bit, and then it just dumps out into these wide plains, like this wide grass plains, where it's something where you you would imagine the Oregon Trail went through, and someone probably died of dysentery on this stream, and there was probably a rattlesnake bite over here. It was kind of amazing that we never saw a rattlesnake the entire time. I think the temperature was actually just cool enough to keep them from even entertaining the idea of coming out in the sun. Like I said, the weather was just amazing, aside from the rain, but if anything, the rain cooled everything down a little bit. So anyways, we stumble through into these grass plains, and we kind of have an idea. Like, we see the fence that we're supposed to kind of maintain going parallel to as we go until we get up into the more rocky area, and we kind of just sort of mosey on over. We get into the rocks, and then from the rocks, like, we didn't have a trail getting us there, so then we had to make our trail up the rocks. And I would say that hike that we did wasn't as it was close to what we did with Elk Mountain, but in a different way, in the sense that Elk Mountain was at least a little bit more familiar to Jay, whereas this was unfamiliar to all of us. So we all had to use a lot of mental fortitude to solve the obstacles that we were coming across. But at the same time, it was amazing. We found an old mine shaft on our way going up, where someone had just dug it out. It was full of water, so no telling how deep it actually was. But there was all of this unearthed stone and stuff from the huge gold rush that happened there. Really, hardly any gold was found, but there was a lot of propaganda around the prospect of it. So you get the prospectors, but and then that was just kind of on our way up. But once we got to the top, the flat top, it was a grassy meadow up there. It was rocks and grassy meadow. It was something not like I had really ever seen before. And so it was really cool. We didn't find like any crazy waterfalls. I don't think we found the ones that he was talking about. I think we would probably have to spend like a good 8 hours of 4 hours in, 4 hours back, trying to get to where he was talking about. But we experienced a lot of cool places up there. Brody found a bone, just like this huge singular bone up there. It looked like an old white dog bone that would, obviously was from an animal carcass. Maybe I was thinking maybe a longhorn or an elk or something, a big bone. He carried it around for a bit, but it was cool just hanging out up there and sort of getting our last final deep breaths of the Wichita Mountains. It was really spectacular. Brody and I at one point went on a little journey down by ourselves I heard some water off in the distance, and before we trekked down, I wanted to investigate, and I found some cool cactus flowers and a cool little waterfall. But at that point, it was almost like I didn't want to overdo it to the point where I almost felt like I was trying to fill up my Pokédex full of all the waterfalls I had seen. Like, I got to catch them all kind of thing. And I felt like I was towing that line a little bit too hard of capturing the moment versus experiencing and enjoying the moment. So that's when, after that, I was kind of like, you know what, I'm going to cut back. We got the Wichita Mountains. We're good. As we were driving out and seeing all of the people coming in, we also saw quite a few longhorn and stuff along the road. But that was pretty much, aside from there were some experiences there where we were driving and sometimes you would just have bison and stuff just right along the side of the road. And it was like all I could do to not basically have Jay take the wheel while I tried to film some of it, because it was just really cool. A really, really awesome ecosystem and environment that they have there. We were actually so wrapped up in that huge hike, and we were so tired and so thankful to get back into the van and start driving home that we forgot to check the coolant. So it was just like, we'll check it. We'll check it back at the house. Just monitor your temperature gauge on your van as we drive back, and we'll be all right. And so we set out. We set out from the Wichita Mountains. I would have to say that won't be the last time, if I have anything to say about it. It won't be the last time I go back there. It was, I think we were very blessed with the weather, but I think overall, even with a little bit rougher weather, it would still be such a great, worthwhile place. At one point during the rain, I kind of forgot this part, but I'll add it in here on day 2. When we started to get rained on after we went on that second trek, when we, right as Puf got done peeing and we got into the van, it started to rain, And Jay was like, well, we could go back to camp and just kind of set up the awning and everything and kind of chill in the rain like we had been. Or there's this house that is kind of back along one of these trails, on the offshoot of one of these trails that we're passing. And so we're driving by, and he's trying to look back and see, but you can't really see anything off the road. And we pass another one. He's like, I don't think that's it. I think we passed it. So we turn around, we go back, and he goes out in the rain back a ways to try and find this house. And he comes back and he's like, I found it. I found the house. And it's just this hollowed out little house with this awesome half of the house covered porch, like an L-shaped porch around the outside. And we brought back our Coleman and our bread and our lunch meat and our cheese, and I just cooked a bunch of paninis, and no one else was there, and we had a private picnic in the middle of nowhere. And if you follow our Instagram, looking for James, looking for the number 4 and then James on Instagram, and if you followed, especially during that trip, you probably saw what I'm talking about. Like a lot of these things you probably saw already. I don't really know what gets put up there entirely because Puf really does all of it, but she does such a great job. And now we have like an actual phone instead of the iPhone 1 or whatever we were using before. We have a Pixel 2, so we were able to actually take some reasonable photography and document it reasonably well outside of just what I can do with the DSLR. But there's no way we'll be able to bring it all to you, and there's no drones allowed really in the Wichita Mountains, which understandably I can see, because you get those few. If you let drones, if you make them legal, then you invite all the people who are chasing the animals around with the drones and all that, and it's just the select few ruin it for the majority. But I think that allegedly I could potentially sneak some drone shots in certain areas where if all I'm doing is just sending it straight up just to see, if anything, see where we're at. And like when we were on that final trek, to go up into the air and see where those waterfalls were and how to get across what Slod referred to as Badass Canyon, which is the impassable sort of obstacle, especially with Brody and our fatigue at that point. But it would be cool to have like a drone as a tool, actually, not just as a way to replicate and sort of mirror what we're seeing back to you guys, but in a whole new way. So anyways, I'm definitely gonna be going back to the Wichita Mountains, and definitely be going to go and visit Jay again sometime, maybe even later this year. He has a roof project that he's about halfway through that he could use some help on, so we might be going out there. But yeah, we drove back. We drove back in one shot. We just went straight for it. We thought about getting some gas. I was getting a little low, got into about a quarter tank, but I was like, you know what? This thing, you can go like 600 miles before you got to fill her up. So we were going to stop and get some food too, but we're like, we'll just go back and kind of see what we have. We had still some weenies from the Beans and Weenies, and we had some sort of something that we could do for dinner. So we all were tired, and we all just wanted to get back home. So back to Jay's. So we got back to Jay's. We're pulling into his driveway. We actually let Brody out of the car as we're driving down the driveway, which is something that we were a little hesitant of already, because he just, with our longboards, like he would kind of initially jut out in front of them, and we were afraid we were going to run him over. So a van is like even more of an obstacle, but he actually did really well. We let him out alongside of the van as we strolled down the driveway, and I just kind of parked, not in the garage, not under the awning, but right where we parked right when we first got there initially. And we all got out, and I was helping Jay get all of his stuff out, get his tent and his cooler and everything out, and sort of sit it over by his garage. And as I'm doing that, I sit some stuff down, and then I go and I'm walking back up towards the van, and out of the front bumper, it almost looks like liquid is just pouring out. Just pouring. Like, this is, I think we're past the point of leaking here, and I don't even know what to do. I'm just dumbfounded. And then I start remembering the coolant light, and I started to think about that. And then Jay sees it, and again, Jay, so optimistic. He's like, All right, well, we'll just have to take a look. It looks like you're leaking coolant. It looks like it's probably some sort of malfunction with something around the radiator. So we'll have to let it cool off, and then we'll go from there. And meanwhile, you can hear it sort of as it's trying to cool off the hot engine, just every couple seconds, just gurgling like. And then every time that happens, you just see more and more just come out of the van, and it's like spilling into the front bumper and then spilling over. And initially Jay was like, you know what, because Lisa was like, do you want me to get a pan or something to hold all this? And he's like, no, we don't need that. Turns out it pretty much emptied all of our fluid to where Jay ended up getting a pan, but it was almost too late. He's like, I should have definitely grabbed a pan before. But yeah, there we are back from our trip, getting ready to, really just, we were going to seal up our windshield leak, and then we were going to dry out our awning a little bit because it was still wet from that rainy day. And that was it. We were going to be on the road tomorrow, and we were going to be heading back home. And then our van just starts snotting up, and I didn't even know what to say or what to do at that point. But all Jay kept saying was how lucky we were, which is, again, just, it's amazing and enlightening in a lot of ways to just experience and to just be around and be surrounded by an energy like that. And he's like, we could have broke down in the middle of the road. You guys could have broke down in the middle of the road without me, and you could have been at the whims of any mechanic. If you come in broke down from the road, you're so much more susceptible to being taken advantage of. Where at least, he said, at least with me, I'll get in there and I'll give you my honest opinion. And I'm like, wait, Jay, like, you don't need to do this. You don't need to like troubleshoot our van. Like, we can, pass this work on to someone else and try to figure it out ourselves. And he looked at me like that was the silliest thing I could have said. He's like, I have 7 of my own cars. I pay insurance on all of them, and I've never taken them in to get fixed. I always do it myself. And then that's where he started talking to me about how in his line of work, you get these cars that come in, and each one they pull into your stall, you're working on. Regardless of if you know about it or not, you have to learn and you have to work on it. And he's the best guy they have there. And so really, we were lucky that all of this happened, and that it happened. We weren't lucky that it happened. We were lucky that it happened where and when it did happen. And literally, we just got done coming back from even more of the boonies than where Jay is, all the way up deep in the Wichita Mountains. And my coolant light was on then. Like, it was the leak was happening then. So it was just amazing and amazing in like the worst and best possible ways all at once. And like, where do we go from here? So first step, we pulled in the garage. This was the first time we could pull the van in the garage because aside from when, again, I kind of forgot about this, but Jay helped us change the oil real quick before. But now that we had that roof rack off, we could actually pull the van into his garage, which was, now we were in his comfort zone. Like when I was talking about making the potatoes and breakfast that one morning, and I had my pans, but I didn't have my stove. Like, he had his pans, he had his stove, he had all of his air tools, including the hammer. And, he was ready to figure this out. You could tell he was just like very calculated, very quiet during certain times, but it was only because he was, like I said, thinking through what the next step was and thinking through a couple different iterations of what that next step could be, and then taking over from there. And so he's thinking through it the whole time. He says, pull the van in. We're going to pop the hood. We're going to remove some things so that we can take a better look and just see what we got going on. And in the meantime, Pup and I are just on his couch, just like exhausted from hiking and from all the work that we did before we went hiking. Like, all of this is still compounding. We haven't had too many fully restful nights, especially for me, the guy that likes to sleep like 11 hours every other day. I need that rest. And so I was just exhausted, and Jay goes, he's like, you know what? There's nothing you can do to help me right now. You guys just stay here and relax, and I'm going to go figure out what's wrong. And so we're just sitting there, just like, oh my gosh, just, what, all of the things that you can think of to say. We're reflecting on everything that's happening and how it's happening, and all the good and all the bad and all of the greatness that's coming out of all of the bad. And he kind of comes back in after a while, and he's like, well, I think it might be your hose. It might be your radiator hose, which is the biggest fear we had, was that it was going to be our radiator, and that, we were going to spend X hundred amount of other dollars that we don't have to put a new radiator in after it being in there for less than a year. And he said, I don't think this radiator was the specific radiator for this. I think it was kind of like an aftermarket thing. And the way that they put it in, the hose was kind of rubbing unnecessarily on the bottom, and it could have weakened it. And that could be where our issue is, the hole in the hose. But it's still really hard for me to get to, because I haven't taken everything apart on your van. But that's my initial guess. And so we're like, okay, cool, great. We look up the hose, it's $28. It's like perfect, way better than the alternative. And so he like takes off the hose and he shows it to us where it's a little weak. He checks it for cracks, and there's no cracks. And so then he goes and just reinstalls the hose, the same hose, and he tightens it up really good. And he's like, if there's no cracks, and I tighten this up very good, we should see maybe like a dribble now when we put more. We were basically just testing it with water. If you didn't know, coolant, you can either get it a 50-50 mix of coolant and water, or you can mix it yourself. So water is actually pretty safe to put into your radiator. And we were just pouring water in when we first got it into the shop, and we saw where the leak was coming from, kind of over down by the left side where the transmission is and where it injects into it. And so we were thinking maybe this hose was the culprit. And so we it's this big thick hose. He tightened it up. We go to pour the water in, and it just dumps even more. It's dumping even harder than it was before. And so that's when he said, guys, I think it might be your radiator. I think the main problem might be like a crack in the radiator, because he said a lot of times with the cracks in the radiator, if you go to tighten things around it, it's just going to make that crack worse. And so there's really nothing you can do with a crack in the radiator. It's not like the old copper ones, I think is what he said, where he could kind of weld them back together. These are more plastic and more like you have to replace the whole unit when you want to replace it. And that was enough for us for the night. Believe it or not, after we got back, we were like, you know what? I think we've diagnosed the problem enough. Let's just come back at it tomorrow morning with some fresh minds. Let's get a little bit of rest. That was the night that we ended up sleeping on his bed, because our van was pulled into the garage, and all those chemicals and everything and the smells. It wasn't the most ideal condition to be sleeping in, I don't think. So Puf and I slept on the bed where I was being rocked gently to sleep by a terrifying giant. And the next day we woke up, and he had already called a couple parts places around, seeing when they could get a radiator that would fit our engine in the quickest. And it would be the morning after that morning that we had just woken up. So it looks like we were going to be staying there a couple more days. And then it's like, what happens? We get this radiator, and then what? He takes out our radiator and puts a new radiator in? Like, I don't know. But at this point, I felt too guilty to just... He kept saying, there's nothing you can do really. You guys just sit here, and I'll figure it out, and I'll go in there and work on it. And part of me respected that, and I was like, you know what? Okay, because I don't want... You don't know exactly what's going on, and I don't want you to be put in this situation of confusion and frustration where, like, you can just... It feels like he wanted to just get through that on his own. And so I respected that. But then up to a certain point, I was like, you know what, Jay, I'm going to come out there. And if you need extra hands, then you need extra hands. And if not, I'll just be nosy with the camera, and I'll just be slowly absorbing, hopefully, some of this information. So I go out there, and he's like, all right, well, basically what we got to do now is we got to take the radiator out. So that involves unhooking and unfastening many other different things. Even just to get a clearer look at the radiator. Like, we tried the hose strategy again to no avail. And he said, you know what? Maybe it's the clamps. Like, maybe it's the fasteners to the hose right down by where it's either that or it's a crack in your radiator is what he's saying. And so I'm like, Jesus, all right, well, he's still giving us this shred of hope, so I'll hold on to that. And so we're taking it all apart, and he's kind of looking, and he tries the clamps, and he's like, I really don't think it's the clamps. which sucks, you know. I mean, he's in there completely grease monkey at this point. Like, he is black from his fingertips all the way up to his elbows, and again, like, this is a lot different work than putting in paneling or even removing the roof racks, because it's just so much more enclosed and tight and sticky and uncertain and dirty, and it's just grimy, man. It's grimy work, and he's getting in there and bloody. Oh, he had some cuts and stuff on him just from getting down in those weird tight spaces, and being a Mercedes engine, he saw like a lot of things that were just like, why would they do this? Why would they do that? And so he was running into these things, and I even say that more aggressively than he said it. It was just kind of like, you know, he dealt with every situation, and again, at this point, like, he is still dealing with things just like he did when he first looked at the roof of our van. And he's tinkering and I'm filming him and probably bugging him, but I'm also holding the flashlight sometimes, so I feel a little useful. And I'm also picking up some knowledge as he's sort of bestowing it upon me as he's deconstructing the front of our Voldy's nose here. And then all of a sudden he stops and he goes, "Wait, did you see that?" As I'm like filming down here, he's like, "Come here for a second, I want to show you something." And he reaches his hand down and he goes and he twists it and he goes, "You see this?" And it's like a really loose valve connection piece where like a different hose ran into the radiator. He's like, "This right there is your leak." And I looked at him and I was like, "Wait, well," I was trying to process what that meant. I was like, "What do you mean? Do you mean we're not about to spend like $400 on a new radiator?" And that he's like, "No, yeah, I honestly think that it's right here." He said, "This connection here from where the transmission fluid goes into the radiator to be cooled, a lot of times there's no tightening mechanism there." Again, this is completely ignorant. This is a simplified version of what I was able to understand. But basically, a lot of times people get those radiators and they don't even know that there's a fastener there. So a lot of times people that haven't put in a million radiators will just overlook that and not even tighten them. Or he said, you know, vans do rattle a lot, so it could have rattled around and come loose over time. But since it was, you know, less than a year ago that it was really installed, he said he thinks that it was just, they started out a little loose and then they got more and more loose. And then as we were coming down that bumpy driveway and finally came to a stop, it was enough heat and enough pressure and enough jarring motion for it to snap and come undone. And so here we are about 5 bolts away from taking the entire radiator out, and he thinks he's found the solution. And so we tighten it up. I shakily grab the gallon of water and I take it over to the radiator hole and I go to pour it in, and immediately I start hearing dripping, and I'm just like so mad. I was so frustrated. And but he's like, you know, that's not dripping. That's just it dripping. That's just it dripping throughout the radiator itself. And lo and behold, I look down and there's really no drips. There's a little bit of drip, but he assured me that was just residual coming from other things. And I wanted to believe him. I wasn't sure, but I took his word for it. And I was just like, "Oh my God, Jay, I can't believe this. I cannot believe this." He's like, "Your radiator, you're good to go. You're fixed. It's going to take us some time to put all this back together because it's a very meticulous process." Those are my words, not his. He'd probably, you know, he thinks it's the easiest thing in the world probably at this point, but there's a lot of nuts and bolts that need to go in the right places. But he said, you know, for all intents and purposes, your van is fixed. And that was the final hill of the roller coaster to where we could finally take that last sigh of relief, except for Puf. She did not take an immediate sigh of relief, because one of the first things he said was, should we go give Lisa some hell for this? Like, should we go and tell Lisa that something is still wrong, or even better, something worse had happened? Because at that point, any of us, if something like a crack in the engine would have happened. None of us would have batted an eye at that point. It was just so par for the course. And obviously that would happen. So let's just throw something else on top. So Jay and I decided that it would be best to trudge Puf a little bit further through the mud before we brought her up and out of it all. And so I think this is where I at least have to inject a little bit of film here when Jay goes and tells Puf about it, just because I was able to capture her face. And yeah, it's just too great. So let's roll that beautiful baked bean footage, and I'll see you guys on the other side of it.
Can't believe it! I can't believe it! You got not just your radio, you got a crack in the motor. Unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. I gotta quit for a minute. It's gonna send me to my grave. April Fools, I fixed it.
Oh, that was great. Okay, so I didn't watch it myself. This is just right after I introduced you to the video, but I remember it, and it was just pure gold. So after that, we are out of the clear. We go back. I help him put the engine back together. We pull it back out. He airs out our awning a little bit. And we put the awning back up. Actually, this was maybe before we aired out the awning. As a celebratory thing, we were like, all right, let's go. The drink of choice during that trip was Four Locos. Actually, it's kind of funny. I hadn't drank a Four Locos since college, back when they were very bad for you and pretty much illegal nowadays. So their prior iteration of Four Loko. But he just kind of picked some up because he didn't know what we liked to celebrate with, and so that was good enough for us. And we were just like, you know what? Let's go back to the liquor store. It was a Sunday, so let's go to a gas station and get some Four Locos and celebrate. He's like, that sounds great. You can test drive the van, and you guys go, and I'll get ready. I'll get things cleaned up back here and get ready to fix your windshield, because yes, he was also going to fix the windshield before we left. Just tie up every last knot that he possibly could. I'm sure he was probably very anxious to just get us out of there, that bad omen of the van, or just us in general. But no, he seemed, like I said, he seemed very content and appreciative for the opportunity to delve into another tinkering project. And that's not to say that it wasn't work for him, because I know it was, and I know that he did give us a lot of unnecessary and unneeded effort as far as I was concerned, but it was much appreciated and unbelievably valued. I can't thank you enough, Jay. So thank you. We went and we did the celebratory drive down to the liquor store, and wouldn't you know it, down his driveway and halfway down the gravel road back to civilization, the coolant light comes on again. Oh my goodness. Just as Puf and I were sitting there in the van, just being like, you know what? It's been such a blessing having such a level-headed person to help us deal with all of our problems in the van. And then I look down and our coolant light's on, and I'm like, God, no, not again. But at the same time, I was trying to keep the level head, and I just kept reassuring Puf. I was like, you know what? This time it's just low coolant. It's just low coolant because we poured some in, but as we're driving, it all settled into our motor, and now we need a little bit of a top off. Just to be safe, we immediately turned around and went back, and we pulled in, and Jay kind of, is just like, oh no, what happened? They're back way too soon. And it turns out it was. We got the win there. We got the win there at the end. It was just a little bit of a low coolant. He poured the rest of ours in that I had stored down by my door. We needed just a little bit more, but it turns out he had a case of exactly that coolant somewhere in the garage, just a little bit left over, and it was just enough for what we needed. And we went to the liquor store, came back, no light whatsoever. The temperature, that's another thing. When we were driving back from the Wichita Mountains, my temperature gauge almost went into the red. And I notified Jay of that a couple times. He said, just let me know if it gets into the red. And I think we were about 15 minutes away out of that 2.5 hour journey. If we would have been 2 hours and 45 minutes, we would have gone into the red, and I would have completely screwed the engine. So as bad of an outcome as certain moments of that trip seem, they could have been a lot worse. Obviously, they could have been a lot better, and we could have just gone without anything happening. But at the same time, I feel like we definitely left Jay's with such a stronger van, and also a bit stronger of a resolve altogether. I feel like the way that not only was it not our first rodeo with the van life and all the obstacles that arise during that, but it was also a great opportunity to take on these hard-hitting problems with such poise and such grace that it's something that there are life lessons that I have consumed during this trip that will stay with me for the foreseeable future, at least, if not for the rest of my life. So I couldn't be more appreciative. And, it's, I think, a human intuition to want to get rid of as much suffering as life throws at you, because life does, regardless of whether you want it or not. And I mean, most of the time, that's what we're trying to do in life, is trying to make life less of a suffering and for others and for each other and for ourselves. But it does happen. These obstacles are going to get thrown at you. And when I throw out the word suffering, it might have this weird kind of negative connotation where it's like, you don't want it, but you do. You need it in order to make you stronger. And so, that being said, I won't get too philosophical at the end here, because we've already gone on a pretty long time. So I'll try to find a nice succinct way to wrap it up. But if I could say anything at the end, it would be that. It would be, no one's going to have an easy life, and those who have the easiest lives end up having the hardest lives in the end. So embrace the chaos and embrace the challenge of daily life even. And because the more you embrace it and the more you put yourself into the fire and prove to yourself that you can come out the other side just like you were, if not even more of a stronger human, then I mean that's what it's really about. So to all of you out there who are experiencing problems, they're not over. And, you're going to experience more of them, but this too shall pass, and everything in life will pass, the good and the bad. And I hope that I've been able to illustrate that to you over this, I think, about 12-day journey or however long it's been that we took down to Oklahoma to meet Uncle Jay. And if I had to do it all again, I'd do it exactly the same way. And if I had to if I had the option of alleviating any of that suffering, I don't think I would. Now, seeing, who I am coming out of it as pretty much the same person, if not just a little bit better for it, and knowing that I can get through it makes me not only comfortable and competent, but excited to take on the next adventure. So I don't think the next brain dump will be about our next Looking for James adventure, but I will be streaming some video editing coming up, streaming some family videos from Oklahoma. So if you want to see those, basically as I mold them into some kind of a Looking for James video, I'll kind of be streaming that just because it's so time consuming. So I will be doing that on the stream if you guys want to see it, as well as doing some more brain dumps here in the near future to try and just, talk about some more things. I don't know if I'll have quite this much to talk about since this is very much a fresh event in my mind. So, but yeah, it's been great. This has been a nice, thorough brain dump, as you can maybe hear Brody snoring a little bit in the background. He's panting a little bit. Maybe he's thinking about running away from a rattlesnake up on Elk Mountain or something. But anyways, you guys, that's going to be it for our journey from Oklahoma. I did say at the end of the video, or at the end of the podcast, that I was going to mention the Mayflower for this year. This year's Mayflowering. Last year, the Mayflower was my first video back on YouTube. So it's kind of crazy that it's already been a year since coming back and seeing all you guys. Yeah, it's what a ride. What is life really at the end of the day? I find myself asking that question more and more as I continue to mold the life that I want, and I hope that more people get to experience this, because it's such a great feeling. But yeah, a year of Mayflowering down, and last year was really focused on me. It was really focused on, hey, look at me, I'm back. Pay attention to me. Here I am, and I'm doing more things again. So let's hang out and have fun. But this year's Mayflowering is a little different. It's going to be more focused around you guys, and actually, I'll just get straight into it. I'll be bringing it up more on stream, and I might bring it up. I'll probably do another brain dump before the end of May, which is when we'll be doing our big Mayflower celebration. I know it's May 1st is the Mayflower Day, but we're gonna be doing the celebration on the 31st or sometime towards the end of the month, when we're going to be doing a raffle. We're actually it's hilarious. Puf and I, before we set out to Oklahoma, we found this new place, a little bit better than the Bates Motel. And if you've listened to other brain dumps, you probably know about this place that we're at. But we actually, they had an open house here. It's like a big apartment area, complex thing. And they had an open house right as we were moving in. We were moving in, and they actually got a new office area, so it's like big and renovated, and they wanted to kind of celebrate that, like the grand opening of that. But it also kind of felt like they were celebrating our arrival, because we like just got to the place, and we were still like in the honeymoon phase, like, oh, this place is so cool, and it's got so many awesome amenities, which it still does, like the dog washing area and the life-size chess, the basketball courts. A lot of those things have and will continue to provide us with a lot of joy. The outdoor grills, I'm looking forward to getting into that. But anyways, we were so hyped, and to the point where Puf was like, you know what, I'm gonna go to that open house. And then the day comes and the hour comes, and she's like, I don't know if I want to go to that open house. And I'm like, you know what, let's go. Let's just go. It's just like sometimes when we go out for a walk with Brody late in the evening. This is back in Ohio. It would be cold, and it would be, pretty cold and late after work, and Puf would come and hang out, and she'd be like, let's go for a walk in the park. And I'd just be like, no, screw that. I want to play video games. I want to like decompress from my stressful day. But every time we went, it was always worth it. And so I was like, you know what? This isn't a park walk after a long day of work, but it's something where I think if we push ourselves just to start, and it was, as soon as we started going there, it was like we were fully committed. We had a great time. It wasn't anything crazy. We were there for maybe like 5 or 10 minutes. We went in, had some snacks, talked to the people that worked there, and the people that worked there just loved us. From the moment we got there, the lady that was showing us this apartment that I'm sitting in now, I told her our horror story from the Bates Motel, and I told her how we were just trying to travel around. We were coming from over on the East Coast, just trying to find a home to nestle into here, and she was just so empathetic with our situation. To the point where even afterwards, when we came into this open house, she was just like, oh my gosh, how are you guys doing? And I forgot to give you your welcome basket with like laundry soap and all this. Here you go. And oh, have you entered the raffle for the TV that we have? We're raffling away this new, what is it over here? LG UHD TV, 60-inch. And they basically forced us into entering our names in the raffle. Fast forward a couple days, Puf goes to pick up a piece of mail, and she's like, it's April 1st, actually. And she's like, oh, are you here to pick up your TV? And it took a while for her to convince Puf that she was being serious. But lo and behold, she comes and gets me, and she's like, I need help carrying back this humongous TV. And here it sits in our living room in its box with a paper on it that says, win me. Get a raffle ticket for a chance to win this TV, and then it has like 6 exclamation points. It's a little bit further away, so it's hard for me to read that, but it is it's a 60-inch flat screen TV. I mean, if you want the tech specs, you can hop by the stream sometime and I'll let you know. But the long and the short of it is, Puf and I, when we started van life, we found that one of the the things that gave us the most freedom was getting rid of our material possessions and things that we had sort of attached to ourselves in unnecessary ways. And so a lot of the joy that we've had over the years, these past few years of sort of minimalizing and revitalizing our life has been not being excessive about anything and really living the looking for James lifestyle of proving that we don't, and not proving like we're out there to prove it to anybody else, but just constantly reminding ourselves that we don't need a lot to have a lot and to experience a lot of life. And so, we sat here and we looked at each other and immediately I was like, we don't need this TV, Poof. And she's like, I know we don't. We both have a laptop. I have this streaming computer. Like, we have enough screens going on in this house. You have the phone, and we don't need this in any capacity. And sure, it would be fun to watch like Game of Thrones on a big screen or something like that, but we don't need it. And the more things that you can cut out that you just don't need, that you might think you need because you really, really want them, the lighter you feel, and the more apt and equipped you are to deal with all of these sort of obstacles, these amalgamations of suffering that get thrown at you just day in and day out. And so then now, here's a great sales pitch. Now I'm giving it to one of you guys. No, I'm just kidding. I like, big screens have a place. And if we had a little bit bigger of a place and we knew we were going to be settling down and not like packing everything up in the van a year from now and going and find somewhere else out west where we can stay and kind of absorb the culture, then I'd be more inclined to keeping the TV. And it's awesome to win a raffle, but it felt just as good to win the raffle and have something that we don't feel we deserve as it will to give it to someone who doesn't feel like they should deserve it. Like, what? I just entered this raffle and I got a TV? Like, just the fact that I can pass on that feeling of no way is good enough for me. So here we go. Mayflower, baby. We're giving away a big screen TV. And here's my plan. And this is where you get into the fine print. So maybe it doesn't apply for you. Here's the bottom line: shipping. Okay, if you want to pay for shipping, by all means enter the raffle. But I don't expect people to want to pay for shipping for a free TV. And so this is what we're going to do. Within the 48 states of the continent, or the United States, the continental United States, if you live within those and you want to enter this raffle and you win the raffle, we are going to hand deliver this television to you. So we're going to load it up in the van and we're going to have our own little Oklahoma trip to wherever it is that you're at. And we're going to hand deliver you this big screen TV that hopefully it's not like shattered to pieces inside the box, but I'm pretty sure it's all there and still works. Here's the caveat. The way that you enter the raffle is through our Patreon. So we have a Looking for James Patreon that we've been doing probably about a year now, kind of ever since we started this journey, just for a way for people to help follow along through this supplemental content that also can act as a way to sustain us through a living wage, a monthly pledge that you give that then helps us to further our journey along. And over the year that we've had Patreon, we've worked through how we want to have a Patreon in a lot of ways, to where, at one point we had like 8 different tiers that you could pledge, ranging from $1 a month all the way up to $100 a month. And we actually had someone giving us $100 a month for like a couple months. And it really started to make us uneasy and feel like we're not worthy of something like quite like that. And that's not really what we want to look at Patreon as, especially when we can't devote all of our time to making content for Looking for James and such. So we've since cut it back quite a bit to where there's a $1 tier and a $3 tier. The $1 tier actually gets you access to all of the Treetop Radios, which are podcasts that Puf and I do on a semi-weekly basis. We do it over on Twitch. We stream it, and then at the end I take it down and put it up exclusively for our Patreon supporters, all of our patrons over there. You also get, I think, extended scenes and bonus clips from the Looking for James journey with the $1 pledge. And then the $3 pledge is our music pledge. So all of our additional recordings and video and audio recordings and behind the scenes footage that we have from all of our Kids with Chords band footage, that's all presented in there. And that's it. That's our Patreon. So what we're going to do is, come the end of May, we're going to take our list of patron supporters. So, you can look at it as a $1 entry fee for the raffle. You support us for a month for $1, and you get entered into the raffle. I'm going to enter everybody's name that is our supporter into a list on the end of the month, when everything rolls over, and whoever has contributed to our Patreon is going to get entered into the raffle, and we are going to have a live drawing where we will determine the winner. Like I said, enter under the conditions that right? Like, you either have to have money to, like, if you're in the UK, you probably aren't going to enter this competition, right? Like, I'm sorry. I would love to be able to wild thornberries our van across the ocean and come. I'm sure it'd be an amazing adventure, but it's just not feasible. So unless you have more money than this TV probably costs to send this TV to you, I would probably stay out of this one. But like I said, this is just something that kind of popped in to our peripheral and maybe hopped into our periphery, and maybe that's not even the right way to put it, but it was sat on our plate, and we are in the position to where we feel like we can just continue to pass it on. So yeah, that's it. That's the Mayflower this year. We're giving away a dang big screen TV. I feel like Bob Barker and Drew Carey. Anyways, you guys, that is not only that for the Mayflowering, but that is also that for this episode of Brain Dump. What a brain dump it's been. I'm sure you guys wish this was in some sort of a podcast format because of how long it is. I again, like I said, I'm going to try to continue to explore more alternatives of being able to have this downloadable for you guys. I don't just want to post the MP3 to a Mediafire account or something to where you can download it. I want to have it to where it's more streamlined for you guys, to where you can just pick it up on Spotify or something. I know that a lot of these things probably cost some money, so I'm hesitant to get into it for that, but I also I'm just very ignorant about it. So please excuse me and forgive me as I try to figure all of this out, but I will be coming back at you with another brain dump very soon. So yeah, stay tuned for that. And when this brain dump is uploaded, we will probably be live on Twitch. We'll probably be somewhere enveloped into our Terraria universe. So if you want to stop by and see that, I will also be, like I said, sprinkling in some editing days where we'll just be going through some footage, and it'll just be me pretty much enveloped in my little tinkering projects, which, unlike Jay, require less greasy fingers and more just minutia in between the frames of our journey. So if you want to come and tag along for that and hang out, it's really just a great spot. There's so many cool people that have started to come and join the community, rejoin the community even over on the stream, that it's just a fun spot to hang out. Even if you have us up on your second monitor while you play, or even if you just want, a friendly voice to hear, we're over there on Twitch more times than you'd know. We did a 24-hour Terraria stream the day before I set out for Oklahoma, so literally anything can happen at any time. And I hope to see you on there sometime. And if not, I know I'll see you probably back here on another brain dump. If you're listening to it at this stage, I probably wrapped you in. You're past the pilot episode, and now I'll see you in the next one. Can you tell I'm like really anxious to watch these last couple episodes of Game of Thrones and have this series come to a close so I could get it out of my frame of reference? But at least I was able to pour literally everything I could think of out here for you guys. So yeah, I got you through half of your workday. You're welcome. And I'll see you guys in the next one. I love you all. And thanks for being here. Peace nuggets.